right, we're ready.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I call this meeting to order. This is a special board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Canandaigua Independent School District. Today is May 11th, 2021. The time is 3:08 p.m. And let me see. Sonia, can you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Coronado,
Here.
Mr. Hernandez,
Here.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Here.
Mr. Payan,
Here.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Mrs. Searles,
Here.
and Mrs. Trout.
I'm here, but I would like to add something if you allow me, Mr. Chair. I just want to tell the community and my colleagues that I'm not today face-to-face due to a surgical procedure that I had yesterday, and I'm in a lot of pain, but I'm here, virtual mode.
Very good, Ms. Trout. Yes, we were going to inform the public that you did have a medical procedure yesterday and that you are joining us by Zoom for the meeting.
Oh,
And
thank you,
we wish you well. Hope you recover soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
All right. We do have a quorum. And on March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meeting in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. And in accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following: that notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Additionally, it has also been posted at the district offices. We are having a hybrid board meeting. Although members of the board are not gathered all completely in a central physical location, we do have quorum in attendance at this meeting by telephone call, internet access, and in-person attendance. We are meeting by use of both telephone conference call, online access, and through the use of an email link for questions for the public. Additionally, members of the public are welcome to attend the board meeting and give their comments in person at the board meeting. And if a member of the public submitted written comments in advance, either I or a member of the administration will read the comments into the record before or during the board's consideration of that item. Open forum open forum comments that do not relate to an agenda item will be taken up at the open forum item. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow the instructions on the meeting notice. All other procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available in public at a later date. If you have any questions about these suspended laws, you can contact the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at TOMA@oag.texas.gov. Okay, with that, let's go on to the next agenda item. Sonia?
Yes, sir. Item 1C, Trustee Ethical Guidelines.
All right, Dr. Galaviz.
Handy dandy Packer cup. We're going to ethical 5, which is trustworthiness in stewardship. And we're going to 5.5. 5.5. We're going to be talking about trustworthiness and stewardship. Mr. Tristan, could you read 5.5, please?
Hold on, Dr. Galaviz. We're having some audio issues in the boardroom.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you can please put a little bit louder, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit more, if you don't mind.
That's
Perfect.
That's
A little bit better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Dr. Rico, welcome. Can everybody in the boardroom hear? No? We're still having some issues them being able to hear Dr. Galaviz. Okay.
Is he talking?
You know what? Let me see if I can put the microphone on here. Dr. Galaviz, go ahead.
Yes, it's 5.5, trustworthiness and stewardship.
Can y'all hear now? No?
I can hear him.
Right. Right. Okay. Let's take it for now. We may have some issues during the open forum, but okay. Because they will revert. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Galaviz, can you speak to see if the members of the audience can hear you in the boardroom?
Go Green Bay.
Can you hear them? Yeah, they heard Green Bay, not the rest of it. Okay, I think that's good.
We're talking about trustworthiness and stewardship. Mr. Tristan Hernandez, could you please read 5.5?
Yes, I will refer all complaints through the proper chain of command within the system and will act on such complaints at public meetings only when administrative solutions fail.
What does that mean to any board member, any trustee?
I'll take it. This is real near and dear to my heart because a lot of times you'll be in a grocery store and meet up with people that you know, and they'll start to tell you a problem that they have and expect you to know the administration that they're talking about or the teachers that they're talking about, and we really don't. And so this is very important for us to follow through and recommend that they go through the proper chain of command. And usually what I do is let the superintendent know that, that I had a complaint from a parent, and he usually follows through for it. No, I shouldn't say usually, he always does.
All right. One of the issues that we have in something like this is that obviously we are also representatives of the community, and we are, so to speak, their voice on the board. So we do need to listen. And I think to the extent that their complaints are of a I guess instead of an overall picture or system issue and not a particular person, or if it's a particular personnel issue, then we can engage in a discourse with them about systems issues without it being a specific complaint about a person or somebody in the district. So it is, a fine line sometimes, but when it becomes very specific to a problem that a community member or teacher or student, even anybody has, that's very specific about a particular individual or employee of the district, then we do need to make sure that that complaint is referred to administration so they can follow the proper channels and do that, because otherwise we become partisan and we listen to these complaints without the rest of the board listening to it. And if it ends up coming before us, then we would have had some kind of dialogue about this complaint without the rest of the board members knowing about it. And so I think that's one of the things that we need to be just careful about. So anybody else?
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to add my
Yes.
opinion. Definitely, for example, the community. The community, they would like to address a complaint to us, right? Could be about a teacher, could be about principal, could be at someone in administration. But as well, the community, they need to understand that, like it says the word here, there's a proper chain of command. If there's something that they need to report about their student, then talk to the principal. If there's something that they need to report about any teacher, talk to the principal. and there is something about the principal, talk to administration. So the community should know, yeah, definitely they need to go directly to the principal. That's why we have authorities over there in their campuses. We have our principals there. If for whatever reason they can hear any solution, well, they go up a little bit more up the stairs and then go to administration until it comes to us. But I think that's why we need to follow the proper chain of command. So most for us, I think the community, they need to understand a little bit better where is our power as a trustees, but they need to know that we need to follow the proper chain of command. I think so.
Yep, very well put.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay.
Can both of you hear me? The community?
Put up a little bit louder, Manda.
So in regards to 5.1 and referring complaints to the proper chain of command, the most important thing is be able to communicate that. As Board of Trustees, we're more of a governance model, and it's important to not get into the day-to-day operations and allow the superintendent and any community members complaint and or other stakeholders complaint to the superintendent, and then have them follow the proper chain of command. That way they understand the process, and at the same time, it allows them to understand our role as a board member, that we don't have the capabilities of whether it's a personnel issue or other type of issue, that we're just one of 7. And there's certain things that we as a governing board do, and the superintendent does as the leader of the district.
All right. I think we've pretty much covered it. Anybody else?
Well, I would, Mr. Chair,
Ms. Searles?
to wrap it up, we could go to our board operating procedures, which is a wonderful document that we have. We can look in the front at the index and see that that's actually answered on page 13. And when you turn to page 13, it gives pretty much everything all the board members have been saying, just wrapped up in a little neater package. And I think it's really nice that we all seem to understand what our operating procedures are, and have this document that in case we don't, we can go right to it and look it up and find out what we should do. So I thank you, and I thank the rest of the board that we've worked hard on, getting board operating procedures. I hope we'll always use them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Searles. Anybody else? Okay, I think that covers this agenda item. I sure like us discussing these one at a time instead of going through the entire litany of all the, kind of an overload every time we want to do all the ethical items on one evening or in one agenda item. So, okay. Next agenda item, Sonia.
Yes, sir. Open forum. Any member of the community wishing to make comments during open forum can send their comments to the following email address: boardquestions@canutillo-isd.org. Comments must be submitted prior to the meeting start time. Each participant will be limited to 3 minutes to make comments to the board. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting.
All right. Do we have anybody that submitted or signed up for open forum?
Yes, sir. I have 6 that are in person.
Okay. And have they been given the procedures and regulations?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how many do we have that submitted comments through online or through email?
Liza, how many?
That will be discussed during open forum is 1, and the remaining will be discussed during the agenda item.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rodriguez.
Sonia, and I believe we talked about it at last meeting, and there's going to be a response letter to these individuals as well. Is on the current form, does it have their address?
On the current form, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Rodriguez, can I clarify that? It does have a portion where they can fill out more information regarding address and telephone, but sometimes some people opt not to fill them out completely.
Okay. All right. Who do we have first tonight, this afternoon?
Yes, sir, and I hope I pronounced this correctly. Our first speaker will be Nancy Aniska.
Okay, Miss Aniska? Maybe we're pronouncing it.
Nancy Anashevska.
Francesca? All right.
Yes.
All right. You have 3 minutes.
I have two daughters graduating this year, and both are blonde hair and blue-eyed. And because we're talking about critical race theory and some of the things that are coming up now, I guess I would like to, sorry, the echo is annoying. I would just like to explain to you some of the things that we've undergone. The first day they went to school, I asked them how many other blonde-haired children there were in the school. They said 3, only 2 were natural blondes though. And they came to this school excited about this experience. And they're very smart. They both went through all 4 years with straight A's. One wants to be a trauma surgeon and the other a nurse. But there wasn't a day that went by that they weren't harassed about being white and racial slurs, and they were made fun of quite a bit. And they were really happy when we got to stay home because they're made fun of a lot. But in addition to that, it wasn't just the students. Last year they had a class in social studies where every day they would go in and hear how white people are responsible for every atrocity in the world. They were responsible for all the wars. They were responsible for stealing the land from Mexico. And after 3/4 of the semester was done, Nina actually walked up to the teacher and said, so we get to sit and listen today about how bad white people are again. And I'm the only white person in your class. And the teacher didn't really understand that she was teaching that or portraying that. And if this is what we're going to do is encourage them to look at white people bad again, this is what they've had the whole time. How bad is it going to get? I think there needs to be some way we can look at people for who they are, the gifts they have, and expound on that, not on the rest. You know, I look at the school board here, and every person is Hispanic. And I'm not saying you're bad at your job, but there's no Black representation or white representation that I see. And you're allowed to do this, but why are white people made fun of in the school system? I just think it's wrong. They joined a class called, after school class called Vida. And the teacher came up to him, and she was a student kind of teacher, not a teacher from the school. And one of the first things they said to her, to the girls were, well, we see you're white, but we're not prejudiced, so we don't want you to cause any problems here. And they hadn't even done anything. And I'm not coming at you hostile at all. I'm just saying, this is our experience. This is what we've gone through. And I'm really against all the stuff that you're going to open up to, because I don't want any more white people to feel all the hostility and unwelcome like my kids did. My kids are gifted. They're really good. The teachers love them. But this is the way they've been made to feel. I'm also a nurse married to a physician. My husband is an endocrinologist, and there's a huge difference between men and women. My husband actually does the hormone therapy for the transgender people, although he refuses to do it because it's against everything he believes in, because there's no proof that you're doing harm. But the point is that men and women are totally different. And when you put them in sports together, you're on two different playing fields. A lot of those people that have the surgeries want it reversed later, and yet they go through the locker rooms with my kids, and 10 years later, they can decide they don't want to go through the full surgery and they're men again. So I'm opposed also to the locker rooms being shared. That's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Minister. All right, next person.
Yes, sir. Jose Ariola. Jose A. Ariola.
Thank you. Yeah. 3 minutes. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that I think
critical race theory doesn't apply to us Hispanics, okay? Because we have a beautiful history. And you know what? Our history as Hispanics, Latinos, which I am, or Mexican American, which I am, is beautiful. And it starts right here in this region is where the history of Texas starts. And actually, maybe the history of the United States also starts here partially. So for us to get into critical race theory, which means that we have to go back, that we have to go forward to 1619, is ridiculous, because our ancestors that are I'm partially indigenous like everybody else. I'm European blood also because of the Europeans factor. So in order for us to be knowledgeable about our history, we have to realize who we are, where we came from. Our ancestors came here thousands of years from the indigenous part of our history. And they struggled to get here. And I'm sure they struggled every day of their lives to make a living or to be able to take care of their own. When the Spanish came through Veracruz, and then eventually they came up to the what is now the United States, I'm sure it wasn't easy. They suffered a lot. But they brought a lot of things with them. They brought Christianity, they built churches, they built buildings, they built farming, ranching, and they brought horses. And they brought some basic manufacturing, like metal, building metal swords, axes and other things that needed to be produced in order for them to tilt the land. But they also built ships, boats. They built boats because they wanted to explore the Pacific Ocean, the Pacific side of this continent. They weren't dumb. They were very smart people and very brave people. And I'm sure that at least 50% of them didn't survive the elements or the Indian attacks. But they came here and they formed alliances with the Indians. And a lot of people don't know that the Indians captured a lot of these Spanish people and a lot of these Mexican people, if you can call them Mexican or Spanish. They captured them and made them slaves. When Montgomery Pike came here in the 1800s, guess what? He discovered that a lot of the tribes had Mexican warriors, Spanish warriors, and indigenous slaves.
We'll give you a few more seconds to close up.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that we have a beautiful culture here that clashes the whites and the indigenous people. We need to keep that beautiful history of ours intact. We cannot be criticizing one another. We cannot be racist against white people, because if you've been here at least 2 generations, guess what? You're mixed with the white people that came from the East Coast.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the extra time.
Yes, sir. All right. Next one.
Yes, Barbara Carrasco.
Sure, go ahead.
For your convenience, for those of you that are attending in person, we have set up a live viewing area on the ITMAT right across this hallway so that you can see and you can hear the board members.
I can't hear him, Mr. Chair.
That's your choice, convenience. Okay?
He's instructing the in-person attendees that they can go to their room or broadcasting it live to some of them have public hearings that comments in the open board.
Is the
I'm
speaker
sorry, there's
talking?
a horrible.
I don't- Who's speaking? I can hear nothing, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no, she hasn't started yet.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for everybody to
She's
finish.
asking for instructions on that.
Thank
Right.
you.
I'm here today because I'm concerned also about this rethink your whiteness, inherent bias, critical race theory.
I'll apologize.
Okay,
What was your name?
Barbara Carrasco.
Barbara Carrasco is on open forum now. I'll apologize. Go ahead.
That's okay. Okay, I'm here to talk about a program that they're implementing in schools nationwide, which I think is dangerous. Number one, it tells us to think about our whiteness. I'm Hispanic. My ancestors are Hispanic. We weren't brought up questioning anybody's color, and we get along fine with everybody. I think that when the 1619 program is talked about, you're teaching children how to be racist. The very thing that you're supposed to be teaching against is what 1619 does. And they're wanting to implement it in the schools. And I understand, and I don't know if Canutillo School District has accepted a grant from the Biden administration, but it's my understanding that there are grants out there available to the schools conditioned upon teaching 1619 as part of your curriculum. You just can't have that. The country's already divided as it is. And then now you want to start teaching our kids at 2 or 3 years old that their skin color is bad, that they need to rethink who they are. I never had to rethink who I was, and I never judged anybody. And we were brought up in a Christian family with values. And now you want to wipe away the values that we teach our kids from a small age. We, as parents, we spend time with our kids teaching them how to love, how to be kind to others, how to love their country, how to love our flag, and how to obey God's will. And these programs that they want to do now is just ludicrous because it takes all that away. The years that we spent on being good people, now we want to turn us into bad people. And bad people are not inherent in the United States. Like they say, you should rethink your whiteness. Why? I'm light-skinned, I'm Hispanic. A lot of people don't even know I'm Hispanic, but they're telling me rethink my whiteness. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of what my parents taught me to be. And that's what I instill in my kids. And when we send our kids to school, we don't want you to be their parents. We don't want you to teach them what's right and wrong. We want you to teach them how to think. Teach them that they have the option to think and process things on their own. Don't instill in them your values, because we do that at home for our kids. That's what they deserve from their parents, not the school district. So I guess my question to the school district is, and I don't know if you can respond, have you accepted a grant from the Biden administration, which necessarily binds you to teach or implement projects 1619 in the schools? And if so, don't take the grant. Think about the kids. Think about the future of this country. You are teaching the minds of who's going to run this country. And we're not prejudiced. We're not racist. And that's what these programs that these liberals want you to bring into our schools are doing. They're telling all of us that we're all racist, and we never have been racist. Martin Luther King fought not to have racism in the United States of America. We had a civil war not to have slavery. So I would implore you not to accept anything that belittles our children, that poisons their minds, and teach them to hate one another in their own classroom or to be judgmental in their own classrooms. It's not what America was built on. And as a parent, I really, really implore on you, please don't take anything that's has anything to do with Project 1619 or anything that teaches our kids racism. Because you know what? Racism is not something they're born with. It's what they're taught in our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Masso. Thank you. All right, next person.
Yes, Mr. John Joyner Jr.
Good afternoon. My name is John Joyner Jr. and President Coronado, Superintendent Bellaviz, and the rest of the school board. I would like my comments to be for the record today, and I rise in support of House Bill 3979 and Senate Bill 2202. I would ask that this school board not pass a resolution against those things. Again, I'm not for teaching of 1619 product, critical race theory, or any of the things that are being foisted on our kids today. Part of this letter says we owe it to our students to focus on policies that prepare them to educate, on policies that prepare them to be competitive participants in higher education and economy, and not ones that limit their ideas and opportunities. I agree 100% with this. That is why for the last 15 school years, I have begged this school board, some of which are still here, some of which are new, to implement a biliteracy program in Kankakee that will allow our children to be competitive on the world stage and get a job right here at home. And you guys have turned a deaf ear to me for 15 school years. You want to do something for our kids? We don't need critical race theory. We don't need 1619 project. We need to teach our children to be biliterate, to read and write English and Spanish before they leave their school district. That's something you can do. It won't cost you a lot of money. You already got the teachers, you already got the books. All I'm asking you to do is to do something proactive for the students and not support this House resolution against these House bills. I would also ask the district to stop having meetings at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It is difficult for those of us who work to get here. I'm a businessman here. My children graduated from here. My children, you know, we talk about systemic racism. My children both experienced systemic racism in this school district from some of you members that are still on this school board. But you know what? They ignored you. They didn't believe what you said. And they went on out in the world and became great people and they worked hard and were very successful. My daughter, who was wholeheartedly discriminated against some of the school board, became Miss Georgia, United States. She has a master's degree in sociology. She works in Austin, Texas. Not because of this school board, in spite of this school board. She came to you guys and asked, can I get up at 5:30 and run track, go down the track and work out? And she was told no, she might get bit by a snake. So what did she do? She went and ran the ditch banks where there's even more snakes, okay? Because this school board refused to support her in her endeavor. You guys represent us.
That is time.
And all the years I've been here, I'm about out of time, and all the years I've been here, very few of you have ever come to me and said, Mr. Jordan, what do you think about this issue? Guys, you don't own those chairs. You don't own this school board. You are represented as trustees to represent us. How can you represent us if you never talk to us? Please, we want to open a dialogue. The school district is changing, the makeup is changing. And we want to open a dialogue so that new people coming in feel welcome here, so their kids feel welcome here. So that Ms. Anashevsky's kids don't go to class where they're being taught being white is bad. That's happening in our school district. And it's happening on y'all's watch, and it's up to y'all to change it. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me. And I hope you listen and act on what I ask you to do, and do not pass this resolution in support against House Bill 3979 and Senate Bill 2202. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banger. Anybody else?
Yes, sir. Carol Cassidy.
Ms. Cassidy.
Hi there, and thank you for allowing us. Well, you have to. You represent the community. I live in this community. I moved here by choice. I am from Seattle, Washington, by way of California. I am an educator. That's what I did. This is absolutely outrageous. This invention, 1619, that the New York Times invented, but a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, as far as race goes, our authority is this. There is one race. It's called Homo sapiens. We're humans. We are one race. As far as color goes, we are all people of color, folks. From the fairest, called maybe an albino, to the darkest. Melanin, that's the only difference. So get over yourselves. If you're thinking to comply with this nonsense of the Biden administration, which is unconstitutional, by the way, and that will be shown. We are 85% of this nation Judeo-Christian. This is the law of the land, the Constitution. I have with me the, my goodness, so many documents, if you care to look at them, starting with the Federalist Papers. But our country was founded on the East Coast, 1617, the Virginia the first Virginia settlement. In 1620, we had the Mayflower Compact. That's the Mayflower Compact that was set up. This nation was founded under God, and SCOTUS has done their best to undermine it. Oh my goodness. Theory. You talk about a theory, and of course I can go into the nonsense of the theory of evolution, but it means it's not proven, unproven, okay? My gosh. Anyway, according to the law of our land, the Declaration of Independence, we declared who and what this nation would be under God. God, we are created in the, all created equal with unalienable rights for life, liberty, and to pursue our own form of happiness, not to have government or the state government or this county or the city or school boards tell us what we can and cannot do. Let me think here. My goodness. So I had to leave Seattle schools. I was a decorated teacher there in the year 2000. I had to quit the massive child abuse that had come in 1990. Of course, Seattle's been an experimental lab under the auspices of one of the big leaders of the World Economic Forum, and that guy's name is Bill Gates, Bill and Melinda Gates. Now they're getting a divorce. Wow. Anyway, in 1990, they brought the curriculum for perversion. Where on earth do you think this transgender mental illness came from? Destroying our children. It's called child abuse, homosexuality against God's law. This was what our nation was founded on, Mayflower Compact, in the name of God. Amen. And our authority rests within the Declaration of Independence. I believe it's the first or second paragraph, and it states, the laws of nature and of nature's God. That is the Holy Scripture. This nation was founded, our founding fathers, those brilliant Anglo-Saxons, light-skinned, English-speaking men who spoke so many other languages just to comprehend the diabolical desecration of education in this country. It's why my grandparents came, for the children really, they wanted to help their kids, but their grandchildren. Oh my goodness. Anyway, and as I'm going to close now, I'm going to give you a quote from the American Civil Liberties Union, this communist organization founded in 1929. And what did they state about education? Oh my goodness. The attempts to maintain a uniform orthodox opinion among teachers should be opposed. And look what they've done with this Common Core. So in 1990, Seattle put in the curriculum for perversion. In the year 2000, they moved it into the elementary level, K through 5. Look what we've done. And so I know myself, having taught in those schools in Seattle, that's where Antifa came from. Oh my goodness, these poorly educated young people. Of course, they're not all young people. A percentage of those that were destroying my former city, and of course, my native state is California. Oh my gosh, they work for the government. So they had the time to get out there and destroy those cities. And then to tell us we're going to defund our police. Are they crazy? Oh my gosh. My grandparents lived in their own segregated neighborhood, you might say, where they all spoke their similar language on a couple of streets in old LA. And when they wanted to call the police, they knew they would come. And they weren't, and they spoke broken English. My goodness. So you guys that are here, you were elected. Hey, do your job. You represent not this tiny minority of communist atheists that have taken hold. The National Education Association. Oh my God, I fought with them in Seattle. I fought with the Washington Education Association, the Seattle Education Association, filled with a bunch of people that really hate children, because to enforce this kind of nonsense, they hate children. They want to destroy them. I hope if any of you have children, you understand what I'm saying. And any of the teachers, when I had to quit, most of them that had children, they had them in Christian schools. They didn't have them in the public schools for what had happened. God help us. Anyway, thank you. And lots of prayers for you guys. Stand up, do the right thing. I've got all kinds of documents, the founding documents. We were founded for Judeo-Christian moral people. This country will not stand unless we go back to inculcating our children with the Bible, the 10 Commandments, prayer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, we have one last speaker, Daisy Cisneros.
Hi, my name is Daisy Cisneros. I am a resident here of Canantillo district. I've lived here all my life. My family did come from Mexico, and I was born here. All my brothers and sisters were born here. Some of my family members are actually, kind of mixed, I guess you could say, between white and Mexican American. And I do have family members that have married or are interracial, with other races. And growing up here in Canantillo, I love this place. I've always loved it. I have even fought my husband to stay in Canantillo because I believe in what we stood for. And when I found out that you guys, how it says here, the discussion and possible action regarding a resolution against HB or House Bill 3979, I could not stay quiet. I've stayed quiet for a very long time. I'm 34 years old, but I had to speak up because this is not what Canantillo stands for. I did send you guys an email, and I'm going to go ahead and read that because it pretty much says everything that I said and in support of the people that have spoken here as well. So it says, dear board of CISD, this is a bill that must be passed. It's a good thing. We cannot allow CRT or critical race theory to be taught in our schools at no cost. I am a firm believer that we are all equal and no race or sex is higher than the other. And unfortunately, CRT teaches this and completely goes against what so many of us have fought or have taught our children and have fought to teach our beloved families, in that we do not judge no one by the color of their skin, whatever that may be. This CRT theory is racist and teaches to hate the other race or color, whatever that race or color that may be. No longer are we teaching in our schools that which is integrity and honesty and respect, and that we cannot achieve what we want if we put, and we can achieve, what we want if we put our set and send our minds to it. It is being destroyed by this theory, and it is an awful shame. We must stand up for what is right, not for what is trending or politically correct. It's about standing for truth and righteousness. It's time to rise for what is right. For in God's eyes, we are all of equal value. We all bleed red. I hope and pray that you will listen to these emails and parents and guardians here present and the ones that you have already received who are fighting against this, because if you allow this to be taught in our schools, surely you will be bringing hate and more division to the school district. And I know for sure you will lose many, many students because of this, including mine. But most important of all, you will also lose the respect of many people in our beloved Canantillo neighborhood. I grew up in this place and I so love it. And it breaks my heart that you all would even consider this theory to be taught in our schools. And having said that, I know some of the board members that went to school with me, and I'm disappointed if any of them are standing against this bill, because this is not what we grew up listening. And you know this very well, Mr. Rodriguez. We know and we love this place. Many of these teachers are already giving their opinions instead of teaching true history and good morals and respect, thus producing many disrespectful children and even young parents who do not know how good we have it here and the great job that past teachers have done and worked hard to teach and loved our children and were passionate about what they did. I hope you pay no mind or any attention to this teaching CRT in our schools or anything else that has come that this lady that was talking about the Biden administration. And just to close, I hope you pay no mind or attention to teaching CRT in our schools. This is indoctrination and it is wrong and downright so evil on so many levels. Research, and I mean truly research, because I bet you some of you guys don't even know what critical race theory it really is and what it entitles, what it means and what it does, and how ultimately it's all about raising one race higher than the other. It is not what the media and social media and news say that it is. It is time to wake up, heed the call, and stand up for what is right. And that is my vote.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans. All right. Sonia, we have somebody else from email.
Yes, there were emails.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. We're gonna go ahead and read all the emails. First one. Critical race theory is a Marxist indoctrination. Is this school board considering including this theory in its curriculum? From Luis Vallasana. Next email from Matt Stepani. I will keep this brief. Critical race theory is a cancer to our society and especially to the impressionable young minds of students whose parents are leaving them in trust of government-run schools. We cannot battle perceived racism against minorities of color by vilifying whites for their skin color. Teaching CRT does not breed inclusiveness and togetherness for society, but it continues to divide by appearance. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream that his children would be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. Critical race theory is the absolute antithesis of this. Do not allow CRT to be taught in schools. Let our students learn to love each other for who they are and not for who they look like. Esteemed CISD board members, vote for HB 3979 as it is the best defense against turning classrooms into a political battlefield. Any votes against a proposal that bans any racism or discrimination or making any child regret what race they are unacceptable. Regards, Ryan Stepani. If I'm saying that correctly. Okay. Topic here, I vote to fight against HB 3979. My name is Marie Martinez. I am a mother, virtual Bible study teacher, a retired United States Marine, volunteer coach for city and youth sports, and a concerned citizen of El Paso, Texas school system. I would like the board to consider and vote against not the possible, but certain ramifications of exposing, teaching elementary, middle school, and high school students what the current political climate is calling critical race theory. Critical race theory is a political and harmful perversive agenda, thus should not be taught as fact or hateful religion to our children. This critical race theory is nothing more than an occult religion of hate aimed to brainwash our children. Our children should be protected and shielded from pushed by those who have a corrupt political agenda, hate America and American values, and are pushing for the destruction of American society. Children should be taught around classic teaching that help America to be leaders of the free world, not thrown in the front lines of a political war. We do not consent to have our children be bullet sponges for those who sit back and collect riches off tears of parents who lose their blessings from Almighty God due to hours, weeks, months, and years of hateful brainwashing being poured into them, be soulless so-called administrators of a so-called education system. Those individuals who are pushing or have pushed for critical race theory to be taught in El Paso School District violate the oath of being a teacher or administrator to sound young minds. Sound young minds that are sent to school to learn math, reading, writing, good citizenship, and health. Those who are pushing for critical race theory are also violating the truth that each parent or caretaker of those children have when they send their child or young off to school each day. Instead of push harm policies in El Paso schools, I move that we once again have our students taught actual learnings that produce productive members of society. And as productive members of society when they grow up and choose to gain in productive employment, will ensure a civil and productive American for generations to come. Possibilities of what will not be in critical race theory is brainwashed into loving, caring, sound minds of our children. We each have a duty and a responsibility to our Creator, God Almighty, to be stepping stone for our children and not a stumbling block. Lastly, I call for the immediate resignation of every employee of any office who votes in favor of critical race theory to be taught in El Paso school, whether it's public, private, charter, or online. I appreciate the time and effort the school board puts into protecting the safety of our children. I look forward to hearing from you in this matter. If you would like to discuss this request further, please contact me at your earliest convenience. Sincerely yours, Marie Martinez. Next email. To whom it may concern, as a taxpayer in the El Paso, Texas area, a parent of school-aged children, and a former educator, I support HB 3979. Do not vote against this bill. Do not send out false information. This bill will help fight indoctrination based on politics and race in the classroom. Teach the kids what they need to learn: math, writing, science, and American history. Do not attempt to teach the kids the junk which is being spread by the leftist mob. Respectfully, Mr. and Ms. Daniel. Okay. Next email. Members of the Canutillo School Board, I am disheartened and disgusted by the propaganda being shared by some members of this board. According to your agenda online, HB 3979 is a bill that limits speech, and we all know that this is far from the truth. Your statements regarding HB 3979 and its companion bill, SB 2202, state that these bills would censor teachers and students, violate free speech, stifle critical thinking and discussions of key social issues, and limit student engagement opportunities. Not only are these accusations widely unfounded, but the text of said bills negates these very talking points. Considering that whoever wrote that statement has obviously never read HB 3979, I will copy and paste a few excerpts here for it to be read into public record. Number 2 in parentheses, teachers who choose to discuss current events or widely debated and currently controversial issues of public policy or social affairs shall, to the best of their ability, strive to explore such issues from diverse and contending perspectives without giving deference to any one perspective. 5 in parentheses, no teacher, administrator, or other employee in any state agency, school district, campus, open enrollment charter school, or school administration shall be required to engage in training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of race or sex stereotyping or blame on the basis of race or sex. This bill, along with its companion SB 2202, actually require that a teacher, administrator, or other employee of a state agency, school district, open enrollment charter may not be, in parentheses, require or make part of a course the concept that one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex. 2, an individual, by virtue of the individual's race or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Number 3, an individual should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely or partly because of the individual's race or sex. This expert was from SB 2202. Your statement reads that quotes, prohibiting discussion on these important topics will leave Texas students ill-prepared to thoughtfully engage in college and career opportunities that demand a well-rounded education and critical thinking skills, end quote. However, this bill does not prohibit discussion. On the contrary, it just requires that both sides of the argument be heard. To say that this would hurt the students' future opportunities is absolutely mind-blowing. It is actually imperative that the students learn about healthy debate and conflict resolution. If teachers discussed both sides of the arguments, not only would it encourage a student to make up their own mind, but it would also prepare them for dealing with peers who have differing viewpoints in the future. It's clear that these bills are meant to put an end to the race baiting and false narrative being shared in public schools. And the fact that this board released a statement calling this anti-America is a disgrace and an embarrassment. I urge the board to vote against the attack on House Bill 3979 and SB 2202. I recommend that both HB 3979 and SB 2202 be read in their entirety into public record. Thank you, Bethany Hatch. Next email from Adam Rogers. I fully support Representative Toth's bill to ban critical race theory in the classroom. Thank you. Next email, good morning. I'm writing to you in support of HB 3979. I believe that we teach our children to love one another, look past our differences, and to appreciate the God-given inherent value of every person, regardless of what they look like or how they choose to live. We do not teach our children to judge a person negatively by their skin color, gender, or any other identifier. Lifting up one race or gender or lifestyle over another creates division. The Lord created us to love one another, not to teach hate and bias, which is what critical race theory and any critical theory does. Please pass HB 3979 and allow our educators the ability to encourage our kids, the next generation of this great nation, to love one another and to not live with any sort of bias towards another person. Thank you, Erica Pourrajabi, Pourrajabi. My apologies, I'm not sure how to correctly pronounce that. Okay, next email. To whom it may concern, I'm in full agreement with Mr. Toth and ask that critical race theory is not taught to any person or persons in the world. So in short, I vote no critical race theory being taught. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. The next is an email from Ms. Daisy Reyes, but she was the last speaker, so she read her email aloud. Next email. Good morning. Today there will be a meeting in regards to this new bill, and I want to make sure you understand that I'm completely against this bill. I'm currently working and can't make it to the meeting, but I want to make sure you know that I'm against this bill, HB 3979. Can you please send a confirmation that you have received this email? I'm a concerned mother of children going to this school district. Next email. Dear Canutillo School Board, I want to plead with you to not allow the promotion of critical race theory in your school district. Yes, we should look honestly at our history in America that has included horrible evils. However, we do not need to promote this theory as it promotes very racist ideologies. For example, it slaps labels on people's groups simply because of their skin color. It's disappointing that your district recently put out a memo stating that opposition to this is suppressing free speech. This is a straw man that shows that you have not done the homework to investigate what this racist ideology teaches. Parentheses, it has snuck in under the guise claiming it's not racist, end quote. It's one thing to critical test ideas in the classroom. It's another to promote ideas in the curriculum based on the tribalistic view that what's more important about people is their background or ethnicity rather than that they are the image bearers of God, their shared humanity. Yes, people's ethnicity is important, but since we are all made in the image of God, Genesis 1:27, and there's only one human race, Acts 17:26, we do not need to embrace and promote this ideology that separates people into tribes of oppressed if you are a certain skin color or oppressor. People automatically being labeled an oppressed is not very empowering either, and it is just another form of victimhood. Furthermore, this type of tribalistic thinking is a type of division that we see around World War II. Do we really want to promote more of that and turn our nation against itself? I urge you that you ban the teaching of critical race theory in Canutillo School District and consider other alternative curriculums like 1176 Unites. And then there is some links to articles. Thank you for reading my letter, a concerned El Paso citizen, Caleb Harrison. Or Caleb, I'm sorry, Caleb Harrison. Next email. To whom this may concern, my name is Perla Isais, and I am a lifelong resident of El Paso, and I am very concerned of the opposition of the Canutillo School Board has taken on HB 3979. I'm asking the Canutillo School Board to take action and support HB 3979. As a parent, administrators, school staff, teachers, etc., we should teach our children to be victors, not victims, nor fall to the idea that others based on their sex, race, or religion is superior to them based on these things. Our schools should be filled with proper education that teach our kids to be proud Americans and that they can be successful, as unique as they are, if they work hard and put in the sacrifice to learn and do better, and not political agendas that indoctrinate our children with the destruction of our Western culture or that they would have a better chance if they weren't a certain skin color, or if their parents make so much money a year. This is hateful and destructive to our children's young minds. Again, I'm asking the school board to support HB 3979. Sincerely, Perla Isais. Next email, please support HB 3979. Critical race theory gives students implicit unconscious bias training. Critical race theory is destructive and hateful ideology, and it should not be implemented into our children in the classrooms. Please confirm you have received this message. Next email, board members. First of all, thank you for all that you do for the students of Canutillo ISD. I am taking this opportunity to respond to the district response to HB 3979. After reading parts of the bill that correspond to the response that is attached to the agenda, I did not come to the same conclusions as outlined. From my understanding, this bill does not prevent teachers from discussing current events in the classroom. Rather, it requires them to present the topics from differing points of view and not favor a particular point of view. In my opinion, this teaches students to think for themselves rather than to adopt another individual's opinion and thought process. As my second child is about to be the second in our family of 6 children to graduate from Northwest Early College High School, it is becoming clear to me how important it is for our teachers to teach their students to think for themselves, to look at all sides of an issue, and to form opinions only after having done so. I applaud and appreciate the teachers in our school district from elementary school all the way through high school that have taught my children how to think for themselves and how to listen to others and their views. I believe that this bill is trying to protect that process. I do not believe that it will limit students, rather that will expand their horizons by ensuring that they are learning many different views about complex issues. I am, of course, willing to listen and consider other views considering this bill. Thank you for hearing me out again, and thank you to the school board for your service and for striving to provide the students of Canutillo ISD with opportunity and a quality education. I can attest that you are succeeding in this endeavor. Sincerely, Monique Wetton, parent of 6 current and former Canutillo ISD students. Next email, as a Canutillo alumni, I support the bill HB 3979 as it opposes the critical race theory. I urge you to support it as well. Please take our voice seriously. We stand on truth. We stand on the foundation our founding fathers built, which is truth. Do not let our culture change the values of our students, of our teachers, and of our future Canutillo Independent School District. Natalia Villalobos. Next email. As a lifelong Canutillo resident, I believe that the children in Canutillo ISD should not be taught about systemic racism. These teachings only create hatred in people's minds and hearts. It is not, nor has it ever been, the school's responsibility to teach our kids about this. Statistics show that there is absolute no scientific proof of it. Hard work gets you ahead in life. A vast majority of our athletes are African American, making millions of dollars. No matter the skin color, humans have no limits as to how far they can get in life here in the United States of America, as long as they are willing to put in the hard work. We even elected a Black man as president more than a decade ago. We also have the cities and states that have fallen into believing the systemic race theory, and the results are the belief of entitlement and chaos because of it. As parents who pay taxes to to fund public schools, we have a say as to what gets taught to our children. The information that the school district sent out about this subject to the parents is misleading and not true. I believe that there are many parents, dare I say, even the majority, that stand with me. Even the state of Texas stands with all that I have written here as well. We're willing to take a stand against any teaching, indoctrination, and poisoning of our children with systemic racism. Thank you, Iris Cáceres. We have about 5 emails left. Next email. Hello, my name is Eileen Macias, a Canutillo alum and now an active concerned parent of a high school freshman. I am writing to ask the school board to support HB 3979 to oppose and ban critical race theory in the classroom. My family and I do not support this destructive and hateful ideology and are opposed to the implementation of it. Thank you, Eileen Macias. Next email. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Brianne Barnes. I'm a teacher at Garcia Elementary School, and a parent of a child at CES. I write this letter today to address a few concerns I have. First, I'm bringing up the inaccessibility of 3 p.m. board meetings. I would have come and spoke today in person, but I do not get out of school until 3:30. This problem was brought up numerous times in various letters last board meeting. We have all expressed that afternoon board meetings are not accommodating for staff, parents, or community members. We asked last meeting that this time no longer be considered, and then the very next meeting, today's meeting, was scheduled at 3 p.m. During the last board meeting, it was stated by a few trustees that you wanted the community more involved and that you wanted to be transparent to not cause any miscommunication. Scheduling board meetings at times that you know are not appropriate for our community input gives just the opposite appearance. These times makes the community feel like our input is not considered or held with any validity. If you really want your community involved, then listen to us, take our concerns seriously. I'm asking for future board meetings, regular scheduled or special meetings to be held at 5:30 or 6 so most people can attend after work. If this needs to be discussed for some reason, then please include it in the next board meeting agenda. Secondly, I'm concerned about moving all our nurses to new campuses next year. I do not see the need for this. I can tell you that our nurses have worked extremely hard this year to build and keep rapport with our students, families, staff, and community, even amongst a global pandemic. Building this rapport is not an easy task. It takes so much time for our students to feel comfortable with new people. Our nurse at Garcia has only been there for 1 year and she's having to move already. Why? My daughter's nurse at Canotillo knows her well. I don't think it is necessary to change them all around. If there's a specific situation where a nurse needs to be moved, then shouldn't we try to see if there's someone who will volunteer to be transferred instead of moving everyone? This just seems unnecessary and I don't feel the best interest of the students and families are being considered. Can this be scheduled on the next board meeting agenda so it can be discussed? Lastly, I am concerned about wanting to reject House Bill 3979. I have read the bill over thoroughly and talking points that are posted on the agenda. I do not agree with the opinions stated there. I feel this bill gives teachers and students the freedom to teach and discuss current events, quote, without giving deference to any one specific perspective, race or sex. I feel it is important to keep our opinions and political perspectives out of the classroom. I feel this bill does just that. I feel this agenda item needs to be tabled tonight and scheduled for a later time to give our community a chance to research it and speak on it so you are representing our community correctly. I, for one, can say your proposal to reject this bill does not speak for me or many others in the community that I know. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a blessed night. Next email, please utilize this email as my voice to ban the teaching of critical race theory. Indoctrinating our children with this is extremely disturbing and should not be taught in the classroom. Thank you, Ashley Nelson, El Paso resident. Next email, to the Canotillo School Board. As a taxpaying citizen of El Paso, I am against having CRT taught in the Canotillo School District. I believe it goes against every value we have as citizens of the United States. Sincerely, Jenna Lee. Okay, and then just a few more that okay, this is Mr. Hernandez. Good morning. I am requesting as a taxpayer, you vote in favor of the House Bill 3979, which will block the critical race theory in the classroom. This bill is not anti-American, nor does it violate free speech. I'm counting on you to do what is right for our students by keeping CRT away from our classrooms and district. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully, Jesus Vasquez. Mr. Hernandez, good morning. I am requesting, okay, it's the same email, but it's a different name, so I'll just read it again. Good morning. I am requesting as a taxpayer, you vote in favor of HB 3979, which will block the critical race theory in the classroom. This bill is not anti-America, nor does it violate free speech. I'm counting on you to do what is right for our students by keeping CRT away from our classrooms and our district. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully, Belinda Vasquez. Next email, dear boards, CISD, this bill must be passed. We cannot allow CRT to be taught in our school. This will create more hate, and you say this school is no place for hate. Teachers should be teaching math and reading, not CRT. Sincerely, a concerned CISD parent. And I think that was all of them.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liza. Thank you to all the community members that spoke on the open forum. And we do have a later agenda item on this issue. So that takes us to the next agenda item.
Yes, sir. That would be Board of Trustee Business 3A. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution against House Bill 3979 and its companion Senate Bill 2202 that would prohibit civic engagement, opportunities, and internships and leave students unprepared for college and the workforce.
All right, and with the board's consent, I would like to take up this item later. That way, more people can weigh in on this agenda item later. Since it's at 5, it's 4:19 right now. So,
Mr. Chair, I don't agree with that at all.
okay.
This was brought to us like an emergency article on late Friday afternoon, so that it was of such importance to someone, and I'd like to know who put this on our agenda. Could you answer that for me?
Well, right now, I'm asking for the board to consider discussing this after the other agenda items so that we can let more people weigh in.
Well, the other
on the actual
agenda item is a
item.
training workshop. They shouldn't have to sit through a board training workshop to hear how we're going to vote on something that they're very passionate about.
Mr. Chair, I don't.
We can certainly discuss this item. Will you have your position, Mr. Earls? Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have a position either discussing it now or at 5 o'clock, see if we get any other comments, but I do think we have to have a conversation about race. But in regards to that, I'm open to whatever the board would like to.
Mr. Chair, who put this on the agenda?
I did.
Mr. Rodriguez, you put this on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, with the board's pleasure, we can either discuss this item now or wait till later. It's up to the board.
So I have a question real quick.
Mr. Hernandez.
A couple of the emails and the people speaking referenced an article that the board put out. And I would just want to know, is it the one that's on the agenda item? This one?
I believe so.
Mr. Chair, I think because we have guests as far as the training workshop and that was scheduled, that that should go for this item. I just think that we need to get that workshop out of the way. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, we will. Mr. Hernandez, and your question was about the email. I don't think there was any email put out by the board.
No, I believe it was the statement that was attached to the agenda.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing.
I think there's some misinformation from what some of the comments were. The board hasn't said anything with respect to this.
We can
issue at
hear
all.
that, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
We
there's
can't understand you.
Yeah, I said that there were some comments. Mr. Hernandez had some comments about what email or what statement that some of the community members were referring to that the board had put out. And I'm saying that's misinformation on the part of some of those community members because the board has put absolutely zero information out on this item.
Is it possible
The board
that
has
it's the
not put
way
out any information one way or the other. It's only an agenda item.
well, the way the
An
agenda
attachment
item
to
is
it, yes.
written?
There is an attachment, but that has not been sanctioned at all yet by the board. Right, yes.
Oh, Mr. Chair, is this a
Yes.
discussion or taking action today?
Well, that's what I'm asking the board to do. If y'all want to take this up now,
I'll
Or do the-
say,
finish the
yeah, in my
workshop, or
opinion,
go-
I'm sorry.
Or do the workshop and then come back and take up this agenda item. We do have some people that are waiting for us on the workshop. Mr. Craybill, who's out of town, so I don't, that's
Well,
also one of consideration.
for some reason, it's in the agenda today, Mr. Chair, and I see it because there's a lot of discontent from the community. I think we need to take this item today. I don't know, I think the words speak by themselves. So I don't know if they need to know what do we feel about this resolution? Definitely, I'm against this resolution because I do respect the community input. I do respect the parents because they do have the privilege of the education of the kids, of their own sons and daughters. And we are here to serve our community. We are here to serve more than nothing else, the education of our students. If the community is not agree, I'm not agree. And I'm not supporting this bill. I'm not supporting this resolution. So I think, in my point of view, we should take this item now since it's here. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of community who expect us to take a decision right now. I don't know why to longer or prolong it this when we could take the decision right now. If we need to take the decision right now, we better take it and vote it, yes or no. And whenever you would like to pull the board, because I think this is kind of emergency and is really, really a concern for the community. So,
Right. No, we are going to take
I
up this
agree.
agenda item today. It's whether we want to do it now or after the workshop.
Oh, you
So-
mean?
We're going to discuss it today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
I would just like to make it known that I'm not too familiar with the House bill or the state bill that were released. So, because all I know about it is what was released in the agenda item, the attachment. And after hearing what everyone is saying, I would like to do my own research and look in the bill and see what it is before I make a vote on it. Because what I was hearing was kind of was concerning in regards to what was given to us in the attachment and what everyone was saying. And then I would just like to get my own information on it before we.
Sure.
Mr.
And we
Hernandez,
have
Mr.
asked,
Chair, if you allow me just to communicate.
Hold on, Ms. Strout.
Yes.
Hold on. I'll get to you.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez. That's it? All right. Okay, Ms. Strout.
No, what I was saying to Mr. Hernandez, this one was posted even in Friday. I was in the hospital and I was able to read it on my bed in the hospital. It's your responsibility to read this until you do your homework. But by the time that you present yourself on the board, you should know what are they talking about. Is your
So yes, I did read it, Ms. Trout. And the thing is,
There's
I
no
read it.
excuse, sir. There's no excuse. You need to read it.
That's
That's
not
why
an
you are
excuse,
here.
ma'am.
Ms. Strout, hold on.
It's not an
just a
excuse,
second.
ma'am. I
That's
read
it.
this
Both of
agenda
you talking
item.
at the same time. Okay, hold on.
That's
I
it.
read
That's it.
I read the agenda item, and I thought that this was all the attachment I needed. But after hearing the community engagement and the community's voice, I would like to rethink what I was doing and go ahead and read exactly what's in the House bill and what's in the state bill.
Yeah, clearly said and stated the House bill number. So it's your homework to go and review and read it in order for you to give some information.
Chair.
Please, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Payan.
I agree with Mr. Hernandez. I'd rather research this issue myself more in depth. I prefer to table this item and research this item to more extensively myself, so that I am really aware of what is and is not in this House bill or Senate bill.
I'll second that motion.
Mr.
If
Chair.
that's a motion, sir.
Yes, it is.
All right. Would y'all please be
Mr.
quiet in
Chair?
the audience? We can't hear. All right.
Mr. Chair, I have a question before
Hold
we
on just a
vote on
second,
this.
Hold on a second, Mr. Earls. Mr. Payan, just to clarify, did you make a motion to table this item
Yes, I did.
or to postpone it to a later date, right?
Yes.
All right, and you seconded that motion, Ms. Mendoza?
I did.
All right,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rodriguez.
I do have some, I'm okay with tabling it, but what I would like to do is set up a workshop. I think it's important to involve the community and have this discussion. And there is certain people that we could have help create the dialogue that's needed. I think it's important when addressing equity. Some of the concerns that I've seen and some of the classes that I've taken on equity and race, I believe it's made me a better individually, both personally and professionally. As we know, race isn't rocket science. It's actually harder than rocket science. The reason being is we don't have a discussion about it. And I think it's important. I do have concerns in regards to that, some of the ones that were brought up earlier. And I think it's important for us to make sure we have a safe environment and as it relates to race and being able to make sure that our kids have the safe and secure environment they need. It's not necessarily about race. It's about the social constructs of race. And we shouldn't look at in regards to this as a deficit mindset. The importance of dual language in the research paper I did in college, it talked about having a cross-cultural understanding, a mutual respect and appreciation for each other, and an ability to grow. And I think that's something that we need to have as the current situations in our country have come about. I think it's important for us to appreciate our own culture and aspects of other cultures and even the dominant culture, but it's more important to appreciate diversity and to not put a blind eye that race has not played a factor in public education and across this country. I think we need to make sure we create a safe and brave space for our kids so that way they can become better able to address these issues, because I'm concerned on how some of the issues have been addressed. And I think we need to continue this dialogue to address the inequities as well as the conversation to make sure we're all on the same page. And I don't mind listening to, I think we need, whether it's Republican, Democrat, female, male, I think we need everybody involved in this type of discussion and making sure that we do what's right for kids. I think it's important. I just would like to see one of the videos. As we know, this came out of Public Ed Committee last week and came out of the House last night at 1:05 a.m. So there is a video that I've asked to play. If we could have that played, because I think that will give us a better understanding as to what the state legislator was doing and what it could clarify some of the issues. So if we could get that, Andrew, I would request
Mr. Chair,
that.
I think we've tabled this.
I'm not done
or-
with
Hold on,
for-
Ms. Searles, hold on just a
Yes,
second, Ms.
sir.
Searles. Mr. Rodriguez still has the floor.
So the other issue that I do have is I was hoping staff and our attorney were to research and add more attachments, as I provided the attachments of the Senate bill and the House bill, which are was going to be distributed. But I think it's important to have that and what other communities are doing. As we know, this will probably pass, but I think it's important for us to have that conversation as we move our district forward and our country in regards to what the situation is. With that, I just asked for that one video because I think it will clarify of what the House did last night at 1:05 a.m.
That's fine, and we can do that. We do have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes,
has asked that we
Mr.
play
Chair,
that.
I did have further
Hold on, Ms.
discussion on the
Searles,
motion.
please. Hold on.
Okay.
So we can certainly play the video. I do want to have some further discussion because we do have a motion before the board. So right now, do we have any further discussion? Ms. Searles?
Yes. First off, I'm very proud to be from Canutillo. And I've never heard so many people get up so passionately in front of this board ever in almost 22 years. I've never heard such passion. And I thank our community wholeheartedly. But I'd like to ask, Mr. Rodriguez is right now talking about having a workshop. Why didn't we have that on the front end? Why wasn't the community involved on the front end? Why did this end up on our agenda like a thief in the night, just popped up late Thursday afternoon? I have problems with that.
Okay.
Something that is
well,
so sensitive, so
the
sensitive
issue-
to our
all the-
community
all
to
right.
come up, and now we're going to put it off to have a community talk. That should have happened on the front end, and I think it's really uncalled for to have agenda items like this slid in under the shadow of darkness, if you will. And thank you, sir. That's all.
Okay. Well, the thing about it is I think Mr. Rodriguez requested is because the legislature was actually in the process of considering it. So it was definitely an appropriate item. They did this at 1 o'clock last night. You know, if you want to talk about doing it under the shadow of the night, Ms. Earls, you might want to take that up with the legislature. Okay, but I think I agree with both Ms. Mendoza and Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Payan, that I think this community needs a good discussion about these issues. I think we do need to have these issues. This is just not an issue that is affecting now. There's a lot of states that are considering. Some of them have already even passed these issues. I do have some issues. I do have some problems with both sides of the issue, and I think those need to be discussed. You know, there's some definite concerns from some of the people that are against the critical race theory, and on the other side of the coin is, yeah, do we want to hamper our kids, you know, from learning about what the past of this country is and saying, oh, those evils, you know, didn't exist and they're not bad. Please, this is not up for discussion from the public. I apologize, okay, but this is not a response time. The board meeting, okay? So, but I think we need to have those discussions. We need to have those discussions. Those that think that we don't, you know, that's the whole basis that this country was based on, is to hear both sides of the coin. So, all right, I apologize, but this isn't an open discussion right now. This is a board discussion, okay? And that's why I think we should have a workshop with respect to, apologize, but I'm not going to respond, please. We're prevented from responding to the public during these agenda items, all right? All right. I am not going to respond to that right now. I am directing these comments to the board, and I think we should have a workshop to discuss these issues. Obviously, there's sentiment on both sides about you know some of the concerns on both sides of this issue. The legislature has obviously had chosen to take it up kind of in a rush, but I welcome playing the video, and then we can take a vote on passing this agenda item to a future, because that's the motion we have before the board. Mr. Rodriguez, you have something about what the legislature did last night?
Correct. There was some discussion on this bill, and I believe Mr. Reynosa, can you play?
Okay. Apologize, but ma'am, I'm sorry, we cannot.
Mr. Chair.
All right. We are not going to get into discussion with the public on this. It's not open to discussion for the public yet. Okay, ma'am, I'm going to instruct you that you're disrupting the meeting, and I'm not going to, ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting. I am not going to tolerate that one more time. I'm just warning you. This is, okay, so now, all right. No, ma'am, I apologize. I think we need to put it back to the beginning.
So, Mr. Chair, we're going to watch the video and then you're going to pull the board, or how is this?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Are you aware that most of the major education groups in the state oppose this bill?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that Texas Council of Social Studies opposes this bill?
I'm not informed.
Okay. Are you aware that the Texas Social Studies Supervisors Association opposes this bill?
I'm not informed.
Are you aware that the Association of Texas Professional Educators opposes this bill?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Coronado?
Yeah, we had some interruption in the boardroom, so we're gonna start this video. If Andrew, if we can start this back again.
Okay, do you want us to go ahead and play now, or you want us to wait a little?
All right, is everybody ready? Hold on, they're taking some of the members out to a video
Okay,
room.
we'll,
See it.
we'll wait like a minute.
Okay.
They're ready? Okay, I think everyone's ready now.
Okay.
Like,
All right. Go ahead.
Priscilla, I wanted to make sure that this item's not being tabled. It's proceeding.
We have not taken a vote on that yet, Priscilla.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Toth. You weren't there to lay out this bill in the Public Education Committee, so we didn't get a chance to ask you these questions before the bill came to the floor. So we're going to do it now. Last week was Teacher Appreciation Week, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not an educator, are you, Mr. Toth?
I'm sorry, one more time.
You're not an educator, are you?
I'm a pastoral teacher.
Do you have a degree in education?
I do not.
A degree in curriculum development?
No, I don't.
Degree in instructional practice?
No. In fact, I did not finish my college degree.
And you know that I was a public school teacher before coming to this body?
Yes. I did not know that, but I'll take your word for it.
Are you aware that most of the major education groups in the state oppose this bill?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that Texas Council of Social Studies opposes this bill?
I'm not informed.
Are you aware that the Texas Social Studies Supervisors Association opposes this bill?
I'm not informed.
Are you aware that the Association of Texas Professional Educators opposes this bill?
I'm not informed of that.
Pastors for Texas Children opposes this bill? And major chambers of commerce around the state, are you aware of that?
I'm not aware.
In lines 9 and 10 on the second page, your bill says a teacher may not be compelled to discuss current events, correct?
We have a perfecting amendment on that to.
Currently, that's what the bill says.
So what line are you on?
Lines 9 and 10 on the second page.
And what's your question?
Your bill says a teacher may not be compelled to discuss current events, correct?
Correct.
Have you read our educational standards in Texas, also known as the TEKS?
The TEKS, and we have a clarifying amendment on this, but if you'll read down to point 2, line 12, a teacher who chooses to discuss topics described by subdivision 1 shall, to the best of the teacher's ability, strive to explore these topics from a diverse
Mr. Toth, have you read
perspective without
have you read
giving
chapter
deference.
113 of the Texas Administrative Code?
I'm familiar with it, which is why we've got a perfecting amendment on this, but that is also why line 12 through 15 describes that these can be discussed, but it just needs to be done from a diverse perspective while not advocating.
So your amendment will be removing this ban on speaking about
There's
current
not
events.
a ban.
It says a teacher may not be compelled. Should a teacher be compelled to teach the TEKS in Texas?
It doesn't say that they can't teach the TEKS. In fact, point 2 brings clarification to this in case there is any confusion.
Mr. Toth, your bill says a teacher may not be compelled to discuss current events throughout the social studies TEKS in chapter 113. It says that students are expected to gather information about historical events, be able to interpret historical and current events, to be able to identify different points of view about an issue or current topic, about a contemporary event. Throughout the social studies TEKS, teachers are required to teach current events. Are you aware of that?
I am. And that's why
so
point 2 brings clarification to it.
I know you keep talking about that same section, but I'm asking you about the section before where it says a teacher may not be compelled to discuss current events. Should a teacher be compelled to teach the TEKS in the state of Texas?
Of course.
Okay. But so you're going to be providing an amendment to strike that part of your bill that conflicts with the TEKS?
It doesn't conflict with the TEKS because of points 12 through 15, and we actually talked with attorneys about this, including the top attorney.
Mr. Toth, you just said a teacher should be compelled to teach the TEKS. I just listed out in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 9th grade, and 12th grade, teachers are required to teach current events, but your bill doesn't compel them to do so. Should teachers in Texas be compelled to teach the TEKS?
The teachers must teach the TEKS, which is why point 2 brings clarification to point 1.
All right, so we need to get rid of lines 9 and 10 on the second page. Mr. Toth, are you familiar with the learning pyramid?
I'm not advised.
So when you're becoming an educator, they teach you about the learning pyramid, which suggests that some methods of learning and study are more effective than others. So at the top of the pyramid are the more shallow types of learning, which are listening to a lecture, reading. The bottom of the pyramid are the deeper types of learning, like practicing or teaching others. What is the difference between civics and history?
Understanding how our current system of justice, how our current laws work, as opposed to historical events.
The goal of civics education is social and political participation, correct?
Correct.
And the goal
That's
is
a
to
good
sustain
definition.
our constitutional democracy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And the overall goal should be to sustain our constitutional democracy. The goal of civics education.
Members, let's take your conversations outside the chamber.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, Representative?
I was just asking you if the overarching goal of civics is to sustain our constitutional democracy.
Correct.
Your bill bans service learning programs with any organization that also engages in social or political activism or lobbying or advocacy at the federal, state, or local level. Is that correct?
Can I just respond to your first comment?
Sure.
That you said it's important for us to understand, what was it, the Constitution? Our form of government?
I asked you what the goal of civics education is.
So this is, I teach citizenship back in Montgomery County. And one of the interesting things is that while some of the people that come have a hard time understanding English, as they're learning English, they're learning.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the gentleman's time.
Members, you heard the motions of objection. Chair has none. Gentleman's time is extended.
And so most of these people don't even understand or have not really mastered English yet. And yet the really cool thing is that 90+% of them will pass their citizenship test in the first try. But the really sad thing is that only about 19% of Americans can get 6 out of 10 questions correct.
Yeah,
which is really
need.
sad, which
Yes.
is very sad. And it points to a real problem that we've got in our nation. You're pointing to something that's critically important. And the problem is
Mr.
that
Toth, respectfully, we got a lot of questions to get through. Like I said, you weren't in the committee to lay out the bill, so I want to make sure we get through these questions.
You bet.
Your bill bans service learning programs with any organization that also engages in social or political activism or advocacy at the federal, state, or local level, correct?
Where are you pointing on the bill? I apologize.
This is the section of the bill that is about what organizations a student can affiliate with for class credit.
Where are you in the bill?
So, Ms. Choate, this is page 2 of your bill.
Okay.
And this is starting at line 16.
Can you read it? Or do you want me to read it?
We don't need to read it. Hopefully you understand your own bill. My question is, are we banning service learning programs with any organization that engages in social or political activism or advocacy?
Any child that would like to take part in coming to the Capitol, any child that would like to take part in going door to door, any child that would like to take part in registering voters is free to do that under the supervision of their parent and the guidance of their parent.
Right. They can't do it in a public school context. So this bill would ban students from earning class credit for volunteering at the Boys and Girls Club?
The only thing it would ban.
That's just a yes or no, Mr. Toth.
No.
It will not?
No, it will
The
not.
Boys and Girls Club of America advocates for policies at the state and federal level that help at-risk youth. So this bill would ban students earning class credit by volunteering with the Boys and Girls Club.
No, it won't ban that. It will not ban that.
Mr. Toth, have you read your own bill?
I have read my bill, and what it bans, let me read it to you. The only thing it bans, the only thing it precludes is if it's done to advance critical race theory.
No, Mr. Toth, that's incorrect. You are banning any work with an organization that lobbies for legislation at the federal, state, or local level, or that advocates for social and public policy, or is involved in political activism.
So if a child, let's say if a child is in school. One sec.
Mr. Toth, are you, okay, I'll wait till you're done.
How long is this video play?
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Mr. Toth,
So
this bill would ban students from earning class credit for volunteering with the Rotary Club because the Rotary Club advocates for educational humanitarian causes.
no, it would not.
No, it would not.
What
Can
it
you
would
explain how it would
ban,
not?
what it would ban is it would ban the use of our children by whether it's the National Rifle Association or Planned Parenthood from advocating, from lobbying on behalf of these organizations.
That may be your desire, Mr. Toth, but that's not your bill.
That is the bill.
This
And so
bill
if a child chooses to do that on their own, they can do that on their own with the direction of their
I'm
parents.
just reading your bill. I'm reading the words on the page. This bill would ban students from earning class credit for volunteering with the Humane
Correct.
Society.
If the children are being used,
Mr. Toth, these
whether it's the
aren't-
NRA or whatever else, the kids are still allowed to do it. They will not get class credit
So
for
this
it.
bill would ban students from earning class credit for volunteering with the Humane Society, since the Humane Society advocates for animal welfare issues. Okay.
Any child that wants to do that, they can still do it.
Mr. Toth, how is social advocacy defined in this bill, or how do you define social advocacy?
Where are you at in the bill?
Say it again.
Where do you see it in the bill? And so I can put it in
Line
context.
23 on page 2.
So the next amendment that we're going to take is going to strike 3A, which is lines 19 through 23.
Oh, that's great. Hopefully we can keep going. We can just strike the whole bill. Why not just trust Texas teachers to make these decisions for their own students in their own classroom?
So I think we need to start trusting parents to make these decisions for their children and not teachers. It's the responsibility of parents to instill values in their kids and not teachers.
Mr. Toth, how do you define activism? We agreed the goal of civics was to increase political participation earlier. What's the difference between activism and participation? Is it only activism when progressives do it?
No, I think it's activism when you're trying to change the system.
So were the founding fathers activists?
Certainly. So were the Freedom Riders. So were the three young men that died in Mississippi in 1964.
I completely agree. So, Mr. Toth, you would agree that any sound civics program should have action at the center of it, correct?
The question is, at what age, Representative, does that transition from oversight of a parent and direction of a teacher?
Mr. Toth, your bill is for...
when my children were little, I took them to Tamaulipas and Reynosa every Easter and for spring break, and we built houses. We built school rooms. We did medical service
We got to
work.
move through these questions. I think the concern is that if we remove these current events TEKs or these service learning opportunities in our public schools, it's going to be affluent kids who have these opportunities, kids like yours, but kids like the ones I taught on the west side of San Antonio.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber.
Students like the ones I used to
apologize.
teach.
Can you repeat that?
I'm explaining to you, I think the concern is that if we remove these service learning programs from our civics classrooms or our social studies classrooms, that it will be affluent kids like your own that will have access to these types of training and democracy, but not the students who need them most, like the ones that I used to teach on the west side of San Antonio. And those are the ones that we desperately need to take ownership of the democratic process and to run to serve in bodies like this one.
Can I respond to that?
Mr. Toth, if your concern is,
Mr. Tellerico, can I respond to that?
sure.
So my kids went with our church and we approved it and the church paid for everything. And my church and the people that I worship with are some of the poorest people in the city of Houston. So the activism that we do has nothing to do with wealth. It has everything to do with meeting a need. When a parent sees a need and instilling direction in their child's heart and mind that this is something that they need to do and be about.
The difference, Mr. Toth, is that public education is available to every child in Texas. Not every child has a family or a church that's able to support those types of activities. That's the difference. If your concern is teacher bias, then why do we not just go after that in your bill? It seems to me that everything in this bill could be
We
cut
have an amendment for
except
that
for
as well.
lines 12 through 15. on
We
the
have an
second
amendment
page.
for that as well, Representative.
Is it true that teacher bias has always been an issue in the practice of education? While teaching literature or social studies or health or life skills?
I think that you're always, Representative, going to hear some passion from a teacher. I can't believe anyone would teach if they didn't have a conviction and a passion that they wanted to share, right?
So why not just let Texas teachers check their own
in
bias like they
in the
always
midst
have?
of sharing that passion, the question is, how do you do it in such a way that still honors the values
Mr. Toth,
that a parent is trying to instill in their child?
What empirical evidence do you have that there's an actual problem here, that teacher bias is on the rise?
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
What empirical evidence do you have that there's an actual problem here, that teacher bias is on the rise or is increasing in the state?
Empirical
in other words,
evidence?
why didn't you commission
Empirical evidence?
Why did you not commission a TA study or a statewide survey?
Let me share.
Gentleman's time's expired.
That's the video. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Bayan.
I want to vote on my motion.
Yes, sir. All right, any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have one question I'd like to ask.
Okay.
This will be postponed, is my understanding from the motion. Is it postponed until a date or just to be announced? That's the first thing. And the second thing is, could we also get the information when we meet again on this of, do we have any, are we taking any money that is connected to this type of program? And that's all, and I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, all right. We will certainly, the postponement of this obviously would be to a further date to be announced. As can be seen, there were some issues in the bill itself that last week were not changed and were changed last minute.
I can't hear you, Mr. Coronado, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly, yes.
Okay. Obviously, this bill was not voted on until very recently, within, I guess, within the last day. And so there were some, as can be seen from the video, there were some initial inclusions in the bill, as you were seeing from the questioning, that were changed because of the concerns that it had with some, with I guess, curtailing some of either teaching and student participation, which I think were critical. So, and we didn't have this available, obviously, because this just got changed over the last day. When this was posted, this was not so. So, so I think we need some more discussion on this item. We need to get actually more information and see what the final bills that were actually passed. Obviously, there were made some changes from last week that we saw from the video of the questioning of the proponent of the bill. So I think, we do need to have I'd like to see, call it a community workshop where we have a board meeting to discuss some of these issues and present some, I guess, concerns from both sides of the issue. Okay. As we can see, this is not a simplistic issue of, some of the things that were contained in this bill obviously had problems with even the law regarding the education of our children that our teachers were mandated to do. So there was a conflict in that. So obviously, we really need to take more time to do that. And I think a workshop meeting further down the road is very appropriate. I think we need to get more information, get the finalized copy of these two bills and discuss them sometime soon. So we have a motion before the board. Any discussion on the motion itself?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Trout.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know for the next time when you guys are going to play a video, please let us know to the community and the board members, how long is it going to take? Because we could have used that time to make a better decisions, which is okay. We need to watch and see the videos, but please advise us and let us know how long is it going to take.
Sure.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. Any further discussion on the motion before the board? All right, Sonia, pull the board.
Yes, sir. Mr. Coronado,
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Trout.
No.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, board. Thank you, community members. We will then schedule this for another time down the road, and we will advise everybody. And for everybody's knowledge, beginning the next regular board meeting, all board meetings will be starting at 5 o'clock or after. Okay. Next agenda item.
Yes, sir. Item 3B, training workshop. Trustees will participate in a level 2 team building workshop. 3B1, ethics. Discuss, develop, and draft formal ethical standards for school board members to present at a later date as possible amendments to the board operating procedures. And Ms. Haloma is present, and she will be the sole presenter on this item.
All right, Mr. Craybill will not be on.
No, I believe he'll only be doing LSG. Is that correct, Ms. Haloma?
That is correct. He's gonna be joining us for LSG, but I'm the only one presenting today.
All right, thank you. Hello, Ms. Haloma, how are you?
Doing well, Mr. Coronado. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. Hello, Dr. Galaviz, members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. Today, we're continuing with our work that we were asked to engage on as per the Texas Education Agency. We have been working on an agreed corrective action plan. So we met over a year ago, back in February 2020. We were able to have our first face-to-face meeting in your boardroom to talk about this action plan. So after that, after February 2020, we met again in October 2020 as well. And we, Mr. Crable and I presented different case studies, and we talked about how the board would like to handle that piece. So my meeting today, or my presentation today, our workshop, is going to be about the outcome of those conversations. And I am presenting some suggestions on how to revise your board operating procedures manual. You should have received 2 handouts, one that has the your Canutillo ISD board operating procedures. And that handout should look like this. Okay, so that's one. The next document that I would like for you to have is the one where we're having our suggestions. We're suggesting what it is that we would like for you to include if you choose to do so. And that's gonna look like this. That one is gonna be 4 pages. So for our work together, I'm gonna ask you if you can have those side by side. That way you can see both at the same time. You can give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you're ready. Thank you, Ms. Trout.
Monica, Ms. Loma,
Yes, sir.
are you gonna have those on the screen?
Yeah, I'll have them on the screen. If you don't have a hard copy of those, but if you do have a hard copy, you can have those side by side. If not, I'm gonna be projecting as well.
Okay.
All right. I have one.
All right. So as we were reviewing your board operating procedures manual, there is a few places where we are suggesting some recommendations. So if we look at your table of contents, let me see if I can zoom in. Let me do this thing. I'm just going to share this one for now. Okay, is that big enough? Is the font big enough for everybody to see? Mr. Payan, can you see that? Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, no, you're good. Okay, so there's a few places where we're suggesting some modifications and additions. The first one is going to be right under your board member rules of conduct. We're suggesting that you add a section that speaks on maintaining relations with other board members, with other members of the school board. That is going to be on page 1 on that second handout that I provided to you. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. The second place where we're recommending some revisions will be under visiting school campuses and other facilities. We are just suggesting a little bit more detail on that. And then the third piece is going to be on board member concerns. So under your communication, add a piece that speaks on board member concerns about board member performance. That will be page 2 of the second handout. We'll take a look in a little bit. And then the last suggestion for modification is going to be right before policy, after preparation of the board meeting agenda. And that's going to be the conflict of interest procedures. Okay, so those are the changes that we're suggesting. Let me scroll all the way up. So let's start under procedures. After board member rules of conduct, we're suggesting this new section of maintain relations with other members of the school board. Let me share that document on my screen. So this is about maintaining relations with other board members, and just what it is that you agree to follow and how you're going to be behaving. So the first one is respect the rights of others to have and express opinions. Recognize that authority rests with the school board in legal session, not with the individual members of the school board, except as authorized by law. Make no disparaging remarks in or out of school board meetings about other members of the school board or their opinions. Keep an open mind about how I will vote on any proposition until the board has met and fully discussed the issue. And the last one is to make decisions by voting in school board meetings after all sides of debatable questions have been presented. So you're gonna have 2 options. We could create a section that speaks solely on those pieces, or we could just leave them. So under your current board operating procedures manual, some of those pieces are addressed, and I'm gonna go to page 5 under your current board operating procedures manual. So some of those pieces are addressed under equity in attitude, under letter B and letter C. So equity in attitude, it says, I will accord others the respect I wish for myself. And then letter C is, I will encourage expressions of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas. Also, under your current honor in conduct. There's a connection there to letter B. I will share my views while working for consensus. And letter C. I will arrive at conclusions only after discussing aspects of the issue at hand with my fellow board members in meetings. I will respect the opinions of others and abide by the principle of majority rule. So we have those connections there. We could leave them as, different pieces under your code of ethics, or we could create a section that is specific on maintaining those relations with other fellow board members. We are not adopting anything today. We're just engaging in conversations. I would like to get your feedback. What would you like to keep? What would you like to remove? What would you like to add? And then make those corrections and bring them to you again at a later time.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Searles.
You know, Ms. Aloma, I sort of agree with what you're saying, that all of these that you've written on the new piece of paper, the A, B, C, D, E, they seem to really be pretty much in line with the ones we have under the Code of Ethics on page 5 and going on to page 6. I think if we, like we've been doing, it's really nice if we could continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for having our ethics at the beginning of the meeting. I feel like we've got them contained kind of within what we've got. So I'm okay to either add or not add.
I think if we're going to add, we ought to have it on a separate section by itself, like your proposal, Ms. Saloma.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Thank you, Mr. Coronado.
Mr. Coronado, just add, like in the same section, just put another a bold.
Yeah, I think, like Ms. Paloma said, and you mentioned, Mr. Rose, they touch on it and cover it, but I think the proposal from Ms. Paloma is a little more specific.
Okay, I'm good with that too.
So I'm proposing just to add a new section that's just very specific on maintaining those relations with each other. Even though they may be repeated in your code of ethics, it's just kind of like pull those out and bring more attention to those rather than maybe getting lost, those behaviors getting lost in your code of ethics. If I could hear from other trustees.
Yes.
Go ahead, Sal.
No, go ahead.
I like letter C. Make no disparaging remarks in or out of school board meetings about other members of the school boards or their opinions. I like that included in.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Would you like to keep them separate, Ms., or pull those out under a new section, Ms. Mendoza, or would you like to leave them under the Code of Ethics?
I think pull them out so that we're able to see them more clearly would be my opinion.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I'm in agreement. I think pulling them out actually makes it stand out a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Mr.
Letter E, make decisions by voting in school board meetings. I understand all that. After all sides of debatable questions have been presented. I see that we're having a lack of connection with one another, with our public. We used to have committee meetings. We debated the situations at the committee meetings. We heard the public at the committee meetings. We came back to our board meeting, thereafter, a week later, whatever the timeline was. And we were able to make well-informed decisions based on what our community and one another thought about things that seemed, well thought out, well vetted. Is there any thought process when I'm reading this? The only way we can have all sides of the debatable questions presented is to possibly have committee meetings, like Mr. Rodriguez had suggested tonight on this hotly contested item, that we have a community meeting. It's a thought only, that possibly that would be a line of communication to reinstate.
Anybody?
I think in regards to committees or what we just approved.
Oh, Ms. Searles made a comment about item number E, I think, is making decisions by voting the school board meeting off the sides of debatable questions have been presented. She's just making a side comment that we may need more debate by having committee meetings. I don't know. Is that what your position is, Ms. Searles?
I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
I said that what you were presenting on item E is that you think we may need to have some committee meetings to have more debate on the issue?
Possibly. I just kind of threw it out there that, maybe on hot topics, a committee meeting, even an ad hoc committee would be advantageous to us.
Well, the problem with
and
that,
it's just a thought, nothing,
the
I'm not tied to it.
The board couldn't take action, then we couldn't have a quorum.
I still can't hear you. I'm sorry, sir.
I said the problem with that is that we couldn't have a quorum of the board present. It has to be only 3 members of the board.
Well, I think you can have quorum at a board meeting. At a committee meeting, you just post it as a board meeting.
Yeah, we'd have to post it as a board meeting, not as a committee meeting.
And have no action posted, just as you could post it as a training workshop. You could post it as many things where a quorum could be. I think Ms. Haloma could agree with that.
Yeah.
But,
that's,
it's a thought.
A board meeting and not necessarily a committee meeting.
And have no action.
Yeah.
Post it just as you could post it as a training workshop. You could post it as many things where a quorum could be. I think Ms. Haloma could agree with that.
Yeah.
But, it's a thought. And
Okay.
have no action. Yeah. So post it as you could post it as a training workshop.
All right, well, I like the proposal about pulling it out and putting it under this section as Ms. Haloma's proposed. What is everybody else's position? I know Ms. Mendoza stated that, Mr. Rodriguez.
I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Hernandez, is that okay with you too?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Payan?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Trout?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. So the next revision to your board operating procedures is going to be under communication, visiting school campuses and other facilities. So I'm gonna go on that document. If you can all go to page number 12. And under page 12, number 3, letter C, we have board members should inform the superintendent's office, the campus principal or supervisor of the facility when they are planning a visit.
I'm sorry, Ms. Haloma.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. I'm only acting with one hand. It takes me time for me to swap the pages. Can you please give me a time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys.
I'm also projecting on the screen. Page
okay.
12.
Yes.
Number 3, letter C. This item speaks on board members visiting the school facilities, when they're planning a visit. So with this one, I would like for you to add more specificity as far as how long in advance should the board member inform the superintendent's office, the campus principal, or the supervisor. This just provides more clarity. So for example, instead of if I'm a board member, I can say, well, I called the principal 10 minutes as I was on my way, and I'm going to be there, right? So creating a system where you inform as individual trustees, your superintendent's office, with time in advance when you're planning on having those visits. So what are your thoughts?
Paloma.
Yes, sir.
I would suggest a week.
Okay, 1 week.
Principals are not, they have a heavy schedule. The superintendent also. So I think you need to give them time to prepare for any visits by a board member. I realize a lot of times, and the last thing I want to do is show up at the door and say, well, drop everything and I'm here. I realize we don't do that now. It wouldn't be proper, but I think a week notice would be more than appropriate, and give them the information that if there's anything specific that you want to look at, or just, hey, I just want to visit the campus. I want to be here and look around and just visit with the principal, visit with the teachers, or visit with a specific issue. I think a week would be more inappropriate to be fair to the superintendent and the teachers and the principal.
Thank you, Mr. Payan. So would that be 7 calendar days?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Payan, but I would like to add some stuff to it. I think once you visit the campus, I believe we have a badge, and we should check in and out.
That's letter F.
Excuse me?
That's letter F. Look down a little, Armando. On that same page 12.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we check in and out. There's a identification badge, but I'm sure we could find a way to.
It's the one above it. Look at D, that you register at the office.
There's a registration. One,
look at letter D.
Process was you, like the time card. You check in and you have to check out, because I would have a concern if a board member is at a campus 7 hours, or half a day. So if y'all are okay with just a sign-in, I would prefer something more specific, because I don't think this has worked.
You mean the reason why we're visiting the campus, Mr. Rodriguez?
No, I'm talking about when you enter the campus and when you exit the campus.
Oh, okay. The time in and out?
Correct. Dr. Galavis, is there a way to do that with technology nowadays?
Yeah, we could probably timestamp them, like where, I'll ask HR. It shouldn't be that hard to timestamp the ID. But again, a lot of this to me is based on trust within the team. So
well, yeah.
Whenever a board member, doesn't happen a lot. I mean, but when you do come, all of the board members, Ms. Trout's very good at, hey, I'm going to Northwest, will let me know. So, but again, I haven't had any issues with board members visiting campuses. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So I've heard from 2 trustees on the 7 days, 7-day notice. Any other thoughts?
Yes, I do have a thought, Ms. Haloma.
Yes, ma'am.
It's going to be 7 days at the most. What about, let's say, 3 days before is not allowed?
That's a conversation for you all to have. Do you want to have, 24
Yeah,
hour,
I mean,
48?
7 days. I think 7 days is too much. I mean, I think less than that, 3 calendar days. I mean, because 7 days, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with me if I'm going to be able to do that. I mean, I need to be very well organized in my calendar to respect that, and the teachers as well. But I do understand we're not going to come here like a surprise. No. I mean, I do understand 7 days is too much. I mean, at the most 7 days, but do we have a consideration could be from at the most 7 days? I mean, I could always call 3 days before if I can. I mean, I would like to have a,
So how will you feel about having at least, with at least 48 hours in advance?
I like better, much better. Definitely, at least. And then the ones that I have 7 or 10 days, that's fine.
Okay.
So it's my opinion.
Could you speak a little bit louder, Mr. Hernandez? We cannot hear you. Thank you.
I just think that it's my opinion that it should be 7 at the minimum. And that's only because if we're gonna visit the campus, I feel like there should be a reason, planned reason. And I think 7 days is adequate enough to go ahead and articulate it, go ahead and go in and visit. And we schedule time out of our schedules to accommodate Dr. Galaviz, the staff and everything.
So this item here does not include, I don't believe it includes when principals or someone is extending that invitation to you. So that's not included in this part. This is only when you are wanting to go and visit campuses.
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right.
I think 7 days is good as a minimum.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So I heard from Mr. Payan, Mr. Hernandez, and Ms. Trout. Any other thoughts?
I'm okay with the 7 days. I believe I had said that earlier. I don't know who else.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Mendoza?
I concur with the 7 days, but sometimes there are emergencies and that kind of thing. What if you do have an emergency and you do have to go to that campus, and it's with the acknowledgement from calling the board president and the soup and saying, I have this little emergency, I've got to go to that campus. I think that would make everybody aware that it doesn't fall within the normal range that we had agreed to of 7 days, but because of the circumstances, would have a way out.
I would disagree. I think what we should do is 7 days, or to include that would be you would have to have an invite from the superintendent to attend that.
And my question was going to be, Ms. Mendoza, what would be an emergency that you will have to, go to a campus, that you have to engage in a campus visit?
Well, not me personally, but I could see how some of the board members that are parents.
Okay, so that's another one, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, because this is just talking about board members.
Just as using
as
your
board members. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So this is not including, your role as a parent. This is just your role as a board member. So as a board member, you should, give, based on what I've been hearing so far, at least a 7 calendar day notice when you're planning on attending or visiting that campus.
Then I concur with the 7 days.
I think that Patsy, and she's probably more experienced than us, is when, let's say that we're hopefully not a burning building or something that has happened in the past and board members want to go look at it, assess it, then that should hopefully be an invite from the superintendent and help gear that. But is that what you're looking at, something like that?
Yeah, when we had emergencies in the past, and I'm not saying that if we had a terrible break-in, and we were told about it, and you wanted to go see it and you didn't have 7 days, that kind of thing.
Is there a way to put language? I think it should just be, you should get the invite from the superintendent for an emergency visit if it's not within those days. Would that justify that?
I would agree with that and have the superintendent invite the board member in case there is an emergency.
Yeah.
Well,
Just in that case, like if there's an emergency, you would have to be invited by the soup. Because
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm okay with doing that, but instead of calling it emergency, my thing is maybe unless there's exigent circumstances, like a real need to be there, not necessarily there's.
You know what, Ms. Haloma, I withdraw that because nowadays the superintendent could send us a video, he could send us pictures. I mean, there really wouldn't be a need if there was such circumstances that we would have to be on that campus. So I withdraw my request.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
And Ms. Haloma insists at least 48 hours, at the most 7 days, for lots of reasons.
Okay, so I've heard from Payan, Rodriguez, Trout, Hernandez, and Mendoza, and everybody. Let me see, who am I missing? Mr. Coronado, what is your,
Yeah, my position is I think it should be 7 days unless there's exigent circumstances. And
I like that word.
yeah.
Okay.
Exigent.
Ms. Saros?
You know, I'm good with all that. It's just for clarification, what I'm hearing you say though is this is as a board member. If you want to go as a parent, you're going as a parent. You don't have to wait 7 days if your kid needs to be picked up from school at the nurse's office or something, right? You can go up there and go pick the kid up.
This only covers us as board members though.
Yeah, this is just on a board-specific issue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how do we what is a board-specific issue?
Exactly what it is.
How do we come to that and figure out what? No.
Well, and sometimes we have board members that want to just, go to a school, right? And they want to observe, the program that is being implemented that they have been hearing during board meetings. So instead of showing up, 10 minutes or calling the superintendent 5 minutes before, giving the superintendent enough notice so they can let principals know. So that's what this item is addressing.
I have a very good example. When Mr. Hernandez and I got on the board, we requested to go visit a campus to eat with the kids to see what the cafeteria was like, what the food was like, the quality of food. And that would be circumstances where you could make arrangements 7 days in advance.
I think 7 days is too much. I mean, them are ready to act day by day. I mean, I think them are ready. We don't need 7 days, with a lot of a protocol. I need 7 days to go and visit how the bathrooms are. I mean, it's too much protocol, I think. 48 hours is more than enough. If we got specific reason, because by that time we already know specific reason, everything should be ready. I mean, I don't see why do we need 7 days of protocol in order for me as a trustee to go and visit a campus when I'm pretty sure that everything is going good. I don't see why a protocol is 7 days. I'm not agreeing.
I think we do need to give the campus administration some heads up that the board members.
Yeah, that's why I said at least 48 hours. Could be more than 48 hours, definitely, but at least 48 hours. At least, or 72 hours. But I mean, protocol of 7 days? You know what? I would like to go visit the restrooms. I need 7 days for that. I think it's too much protocol. minimum 72 hours, maybe 3 days, I think is logical. As a minimum, it could be more, of course. 7 days of a protocol to visit the cafeteria? What is going to be the lunch in 7 days?
Well, and we also have to think about, what is the purpose of that visit?
Mhm.
What
What
is
is the
your role
purpose?
and responsibility as a trustee, and why do you want to, be there in? What is the intent? So we go back
What
to
is
the
the
intent and the conversation of, not, we know that our, principals and our staff are doing what they need to do. So being able to schedule at least
The
those 7
appointment.
days, for that
But I
visit.
think
So
72 hours is more than enough, Ms. Haloma. Why do we need a lot of protocol 7 days?
okay, so what does the board think? 72 hours? So between
and
72
more.
hours to 7 days? At least 72 hours? What do you all think? These are your procedures. What would you like to include?
Ms. Trout,
Yes.
like for example, when you ask to go visit a campus, how long do you usually ask for? Just name examples.
There is a lot of, I couldn't hear you good.
Yeah, just like name some examples of where the reasons you've gone to go visit some of the
Exact-
campuses.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's what I said. Why do I need 7 days? I mean, I'm going to think about what am I going to do. If I have specific reason, I will contact the superintendent and let him know that 72 hours, I think it's okay. I mean, I never had, to be honest, any need to go and visit, to be honest. I don't want to talk about as a parent, but I think I never had that need. That's why I said, we don't need, that protocol is 7 days. I mean, I think all of us, we've been pretty good and respectful when we're going to do something. If we did it, I mean, I think 3 days in advance is more than enough. And no more than 7 days, maybe at least 72 hours. And the superintendent will tell us, you know what, yes, we're ready in 72 hours. If he considers himself more than 72 hours, that's okay with me. But at least 72 hours. I mean, why that protocol of 7 days? Or it's my point of view, and I'm not going to change it.
Dr. Galaviz, usually when you get those notices from trustees, how far in advance do they let you know?
30 days.
Oh my God.
You know what? Like I said,
forget about it.
Then we're staying with our 7 days.
It's all based on trust, and as a campus,
Exactly.
we're open, and I do respect the time, but like I said, we have to be ready every day, not just for the trustees, but the kids and communities and the parents and teachers. So we're open all the time. So it's never been an issue. 7 days, 3 days, 24 hours. They're all very respectful. Text me, hey, I'm going to head over here. I'm going to go see this. I was invited to this pep rally. And then I let the principal know. And then we go on. So like I said, it's never been an issue for me or for us.
So will we be okay with 3 days, at least 3 days in advance? Does the board think that's enough time?
I mean, I'm okay with it if the soup is okay with it with his principals, because
I would say, going back to Mr.
What do
Brown,
you say, Dr. Galaviz? What do you think, Dr. G?
I have the chair.
yeah, hold on, Ms. Trout.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rodriguez
I
is
couldn't hear
talking.
good.
I believe principals, from the communication from the superintendent to principals, to let's say I want to go see a dual language class setting, or I want to go see a special ed setting, that gives enough time to say, this is a good program or a good, and they could look at that. I would not go minimal than 5, but I'm okay with 7. I think 7 was okay.
Yeah, we also have to be mindful that there sometimes are things going on during the school week that the principals aren't going to be able to change and can't really attend us during that notice. So, I mean, I'm okay going in the middle with 5 calendar days.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Payan.
my suggestion for 7 days was just trying to be fair to the superintendent, to the principals.
Yeah.
and the teachers, they have a schedule that, they don't fly by the, seat of their pants. They have a schedule that they have to adhere to, testing, attendance, and God knows what else. And I'm just trying to be fair to them.
I agree. I'm good
For
with
that, 3 days is more than enough, Mr. Payan, because the campuses and the school district is ready. They should be ready. I mean, I know I'm not going to go that day. Yes, I really need it. Of course, that I'm going to, first of all, think what is performing that week in that specific campus. Is my responsibility to know them are in testing. Is my responsibility to know there's any special event. And of course, I'm not going to request this when they have this in the middle.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correctly, the majority of the board wants to go for the 7-day minimum, 7-day notice in advance. Am I correct in that? Yes. Mr. Hernandez, we cannot hear you.
I agree with Mr. Payan.
Okay. I believe, Ms. Earls, you said that 7 days was okay with you? Ms. Earls?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. So I will make the recommendation here for the edit of the 7 days in advance. And then the other one that we were talking about is going to be on page 13, letter M. So this is the one that discusses attending campuses as a parent. So may I have a volunteer that will read letter M for us, please?
I'll read it.
Thank you, Ms. Earls.
Letter M. This procedure does not cover board members who are visiting a campus as a parent. While visiting with teachers of their own children, board members will make it clear that they are acting as parents rather than as members of the board. Board members will not request nor accept extraordinary consideration for themselves or their children.
Thank you, Ms. Earls. Anything, any other specificity that you would like to add to that piece?
Ms. Aloma, I think that's pretty clear. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see how you can be any more specific.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Of course, that me as a parent, I could go visit the campus anytime that I need to interact with the teacher or my daughter or give her medication.
That is correct, as long as you present yourself as a parent, not as a
Yes.
trustee, like this item says.
Definitely.
All right. So are we okay with this one? I've heard from Ms. Earls, Ms. Mendoza.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Payan?
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez?
Mr. Hernandez had to go to the restroom.
Oh, okay. Ms. Stroud, are you okay with this one?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so this one is not going to have any change. Now, let's go to our next item. And my recommendation is for you to add it under communication, add this as a new section. And this is going to be a board member concern about board member performance. Okay, this will be a brand new section. This is going to be page 2 on the second handout. Okay, so board member concerns about board member performance. If a board member has a concern about board member behavior that violates any of the board operating procedures, the board member must. So this is going to be the protocol when we have concerns with a fellow board member. Is everybody able to see those? 1 through 5?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, could you read number 1 for us, please?
Discuss, let me go to my paper. Actually, I'll just minimize this. Okay. Discuss alleged violation with the other board member in private prior to talking any other action unless the nature of the allegation requires immediate escalation to the board chair.
So as a board member, as a trustee, I will be talking to, that other trustee that violated that protocol. Okay, so that will be step number one. Step number two, may I have a volunteer that will read it, please?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
If, after the concerned board member has privately discussed the alleged violation with the other board member, the concerned board member remains unsatisfied that the alleged violation has been addressed, the concerned board member may submit in writing the allegation to the board chair. If the board chair is involved in the allegation, the concerned board member may submit the allegation in writing to the board vice chair or the next most senior board member not involved in the allegation, who is then obligated to serve as arbitrator instead.
Go ahead and continue, please.
A, the board members involved will conference to discuss the alleged violation. All parties are strongly encouraged not to allow any further escalation of these procedures, and the arbitrator's duty is to work to avoid such escalation.
All right, so just to recap, this includes any violation of your board operating procedures. So step one would be, as a fellow board member, talk to my other trustee and have a discussion. If that is not enough, then it goes to the board president, and this must be put in writing. So then there's a conference between the three to try to resolve this. Any questions on the first two steps?
I do, Ms. Saloma.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that under number one, if indeed the board decides to want to engage in this kind of behavior, under number one, that needs to be documented somehow, because that's a he said, she said. Oh yeah, I talked to him about it. Well, that's not good enough. You need to document that you talked about it. And I don't know how that's going to work, but when you're talking about your publicly elected office, politics get real dirty around publicly elected offices, as we heard earlier this evening. I think that number one needs to have some kind of documentation, either with the superintendent, with the legal counsel, something that documents it happened.
So the purpose of this process is to de-escalate any possible conflicts. Number one discusses, that good faith of, hey, if I have a problem with, my fellow trustee, I am going to address that individually with the other board member in a way to solve this and not have to take it to the next level. So when we talk about LSG and we talk about behaviors, right, we say that there's going to be parallel behaviors to what you do in the boardroom. So with this is we're also trying to teach our students, our teachers, that not everything has to be documented. We can have a conversation and I can share with the other trustee what the issue may appear to be to me without documenting any of that. If at that time it doesn't take place, then number two, that is where the documentation is going to come into play, where that letter is going to be submitted. So as we go through these steps, the intent is to fix it at the lower level without conflict, without limiting the conflict that may come up. So number one is just a conversation. I need to have a conversation with that trustee that I may have an issue with. Does that make sense, Ms. Earls? Then number two,
I understand completely, but number one should have documentation that I went to talk to board member number one, because at the last meeting, I wasn't very nice to board member number 1. And I really feel that, I didn't really respect them in the meeting. And that's part of our board member code of conduct.
Okay, so Ms. Searles would
And
like
so
to.
I go there and tell him, listen, I'm really sorry, man, okay? I didn't mean to treat you like that. Having a bad day, I just flew off the handle. Board member number 1 goes, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Well, then board member number 1 goes home and thinks about it and thinks, that wasn't right. I didn't like how they talked to me then or at the board meeting. I'm going to take it to the next level. And so at that level, they don't bother to say, well, yeah, I already talked to her and she already apologized to me, or he already apologized to me. And if the first board member who, the one who acted up, says, I already told him I was sorry. We already talked about this. I thought it was over. What happens then? It wasn't over because the other one decided they were mad after all, and they were going to take that to a higher level at a later date and say, no, she didn't ever say that to me, or he didn't ever apologize. I mean, you've got some open ends there that need to be tied up, that indeed you talked to someone, you tried to make amends with that person, and it was duly noted that you did your due diligence in reaching out, trying to make amends. So I think that has to be somewhere in there, that it is, it's noted, and it's notable, and will be presented to the board as, we did step 1, that didn't work out.
Okay, so Ms. Searles would like to add documentation that needs to be documented. Item number 1, what does the rest of the board think?
Who is going to do the documenting?
I think just, I just got presented this. I haven't had a long time to think about it. But I would think that it could be between the 2 people who talk. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I'm gonna write you a little note here and say, have a date put on it. Say that, or better yet, maybe Dr. Galavis or Marnie Rocha. Maybe one of them will sit in with us, and at the end of when we finished meeting, possibly up at central office, they'll sign off that they know we met and this is what the agreement was. We'd be at, in good nature with one another.
Like a witness, maybe?
Yes, a witness of sorts. Yes, thank you.
I just questioned that staff or myself get involved in the.
Well, and I understand that too. This whole thing sounds very, very
that's not
strange to me. But I'm telling you, I've seen it happen on our board. I could give a perfect example, but I won't. In fact, with one person and 2 other people, that both times it happened, the one person goes, that didn't happen. And the ones on the other side of the table are going, yeah, that happened. I said I was sorry. And this, not the same time either, not the same situation.
Ms. Searles, there's a process in there. If the board member feels unsatisfied the way it's handled, then you can go on to the next step and document it.
Well, I can hear that I'm the only one that feels that way, so just move on then.
No, I mean, I'm just saying that there's a provision in there for the documentation that you're talking
But
about.
it's the next, after they've privately discussed it. So you already put yourself out. You privately discussed something with another board member. You feel like it's okay. The other board member, back to, sometimes vengeance runs deep, decides, no, it's not okay. I'm going to hold them responsible for, and I could think up if we really wanted to get, specific, I could pull a couple of these out of the hat that I'm sure myself and other ones on the board are guilty of right now. And is that really the right way to do it? I don't know, but it doesn't sound like y'all are wanting that, so just move to 2. I'm fine. I just feel like that's an injustice.
Any other thoughts on adding that request?
Maybe you wouldn't even need a witness. Maybe you both just sign the piece of paper. Here's my signature, and, here's Johnny, his signature. And you've got it to say, look, we've discussed this on this date. Here's a date right here. We said everything was fine. Why is he bringing this up again? Or why is she bringing it up again? So it could just be a mutual. Wouldn't have to be a witness. Wouldn't have to be Dr. Galavisa's staff. Back to this is a learning experience. It's not like we've ever done this before. But I would not feel comfortable talking to someone feeling that it was fixed without something being signed. If it were that bad that you had to talk to someone else about it, I think there should be some kind of documentation. Just like Mr. Coronado, you're an attorney. Read me my rights. Looks like I'm headed down a pathway to all these other horrible things. Tell me my rights and let me sign off that I've complied or haven't complied. Yeah, I said I was sorry.
All right, so I don't hear any other comments or requests for adding. So number one and number two stay as it is. Let's move to number 3. Mr. Hernandez, could you please read number 3, please? Can you get your mic closer? Thank you.
Sorry. If after the conference, the concerned board member remains unsatisfied that the alleged violation has been addressed, the board chair will call a meeting of the board to discuss the alleged violation. The board chair may call upon the district's general counsel or an external legal advisor to investigate the nature of the allegations. The findings of the investigation will be presented at the meeting of the board.
So as you notice, we're starting with number 1, trying to de-escalate. Just keep it between the 2 trustees. As we move up, then this is going to start to escalate to the next level. So number 3, now it is engaging the board and also make call on your district's general counsel to help with this process. Questions on number 3? All right, Mr. Coronado, could you read number 4?
Sure. If after the meeting of the board, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if after the meeting of the board to discuss the alleged violation, the board determines that additional consideration of the alleged violation is warranted, the allegation and the investigation findings will be placed on the next regular meeting agenda.
Questions on number 4? Okay, may I have a volunteer for the next? Mr. Payan, you have a question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is this going to be an executive session or an open meeting? Because right there, we're going to be airing our dirty laundry in front of everybody.
So
I
would
don't agree
these...
with that. I just do not agree with discussing, conflicts between board members in public.
Mm-hmm. And we can ask Ms. Mata.
Huh?
We can ask Ms. Mata, would this be something that can be addressed in closed session?
Hi, Ms. Haloma. Good evening, board members, board president, Dr. Galaviz. Yeah, so it depends on what's going to be discussed, but the Open Meetings Act allows for closed session to seek advice from legal counsel. And certainly if that's the intent of bringing in counsel for a disputed matter between 2 board members, then that can be discussed in closed session.
Because, conflict between, whether it's extreme conflict or just, a personal disagreement about an issue or something, a lot of times gets blown up in public, and and conflict escalates after that, as we saw this evening. You know, I would rather, if we're going to have a discussion amongst board members, have it in executive session, clear it up in executive session, and agree that, okay, everything's fine. No, it's not. Let's take another step. But don't leave it out in the public. That's my feeling, because they're just going to get worse.
So just for clarification, Ms. Mata, could we add that it is going to be placed on the regular meeting agenda during closed session?
If it's a conversation that has to happen with all board members and legal counsel, then it typically is closed session if the purpose is to seek advice from legal counsel. I guess I don't understand whether legal counsel would be in the position of like a fact finder or a legal advisor in this situation. If you could clarify for me, Ms. Haloma.
So in number 3, that's where they call upon the district's general counsel to advise or investigate the nature of the allegations. So they will actually be, pulling out or calling on you or, whoever the legal counsel is to help with that issue. But then my question is, do you want to have it in closed session or talk about it during your board meetings? Dr. Galaviz?
No, but the general counsel is not an individual board council. It's the district's council. So for them to act in that way would be contrary to what a district general counsel should be doing.
Yeah.
Put him in a difficult situation.
Yeah, that's a good point. It could be. So, we represent the board as a whole. If there's any sort of investigation into any one board member, that I don't believe that would be us. So that is a good point. As far as getting legal advice from us for the board as a whole, yes, we would step in and that would be in closed session. So if there's maybe a way that we could tailor this or revise it to clarify that and distinguish the roles a bit better, that would be much better.
Okay.
Because, one of the other things that I read there where you're going to place a board chair as an arbiter, or if he's involved in the allegation, you're going to put the vice chair as an arbiter. I would not agree to do that. I would not want to get in the middle of an argument between 2 other board members. Never would I do that. I did not sign up to do that. I didn't run to be an arbiter amongst board members who disagree on issues. I agreed to be a board member to represent the community that elected me in school board member issues related to the education of my kids. And again, I go back to this issue that I've said before. We're spending time trying to get somebody to get us to work together, to let us to, we're adults, folks. We're not kids. Why are we even going through this? Yes, I understand we're going to have difficulties. We're going to have conflict. We're going to have disagreements. But, I'm embarrassed. Honestly, folks, I'm 75 years old, and I'm embarrassed that I'm spending board money on trying to get somebody to get us to work as adults. Please, my iPad is running out of power right now. I may go offline here in a few minutes, but you know what? I totally disagree with this, Sergio, that we are getting schooled on how to be adults. Would you feel comfortable getting put in a position of an arbiter between me and Ms. Trout? Or me and Ms. Searles? I respect both of them. I understand where they're coming from, or at least I try to, and I respect them.
Well,
but if I have a disagreement, I am not, I didn't sign up for this.
Mm-hmm.
Please, folks.
This isn't about disagreements with board members. This is a issue that one of the board members has violated a board operating procedure, which is different. Personal issues were not come into this part of it.
I would,
Mr.
I'll take it off. I would not want to be an arbiter between two staff, two board members. In no way, shape, or form as a board vice president.
Mr. Payan, thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
saying that. And I agree with you. And I'd like to tell you, I apologize for the times since you've been on the board that I haven't acted as the adult I should. And I apologize to the rest of the board openly right now. And you are totally correct. Every one of us is old enough to know better and act better. And really, to have all this written before us and to be taking up time and what you said too, spending money. We've got an attorney sitting here charging us by the hour as we discuss how we're just going to get along like civil human beings.
If people really understood, I don't know. I guess this is in
I
public,
agree
right?
with you,
This discussion is in public? It's an open meeting?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, everything I said still stands. So thank
And I
you
appreciate that. I appreciate that. And, but
Thank you, Mr. Payan, for your words. We really need you sometimes here. I really appreciate your knowledge and your mature personality in this. I think for one reason you're here serving in this board, seems like someone needs to come and tell us in the face, what do we need to do? When we know, what do we have to do? And I really appreciate Mrs. Searles that she, that she apologized to all of us. Thank you very much. And I think all of us, we need to start by ourselves. Definitely.
And
Thank you, Ms. Trout. I hope you'll accept it.
Yes, ma'am. I do. But I get passionate about these things because I've been through so many issues, and the final analysis is, hey, the bottom line, folks, we're adults. It embarrasses me that I have the Region 19 representative telling us, if you are going to disagree, we're going to put an arbiter, or the vice chair is going to be an arbiter. You know what? I am not going to be an arbiter for two grown-ups that got elected by the public. I'm sorry.
I agree. And we shouldn't have to be. We're adults. And you know what? We're all successful, intelligent, and we're really nice people too. Not a one of us would be sitting through all of this if we didn't care. And I don't, maybe we all don't care about the same things, but for whatever reason, we all care enough to be here. And we should respect that in one another.
So this piece is added because the question is, how are we going to hold each other accountable? This is not about, I didn't like that comment, or, I didn't like the way he or she looked at me. This is about violations to the board operating procedures. We haven't had those in the past. And when we met, we discussed some case scenarios of, if we're having this board meeting and someone keeps interrupting or they get over their time, the conversation was the chair should be the one, calling attention to that trustee. There were different things that were mentioned. So adding the vice president is, if the chair or the president is in that position, then it kind of goes down to whoever is in that position of the vice president. So I completely understand what you're sharing, Mr. Payan, and I totally agree. But how are we going to be holding each other accountable when or if those behaviors or those violations to the board operating procedures come up? And the intent of this piece right here is to address that. So 1 through 5 has the steps. We start with just like Mr. Payan said, we're adults, we engage in a conversation. I'm going to talk to you. If I see that, you violated one of those procedures, maybe you didn't notice, but I'm calling that to your attention. If we are those adults that can have those conversations, then it stops there. But sometimes it may have to escalate. So the following steps delineate that. And I will get with Mr. Galaviz, and maybe we can discuss this with legal as far as number 3 and number 4 on how we can clarify those. So after those, then number 5, let me see. Mr. Coronado, could you please read number 5 for us?
Sure. In order for the alleged violation to be considered, one of the following 3 motions must be made and seconded. A motion to dismiss allegations, a motion to admonish, or a motion to censure.
So then we have the descriptions of the motion to dismiss, the motion to admonish, and then the motion to censor, and what each one of those will be. I know that I'm running out of time. I was scheduled until 6 o'clock. So if it is okay with you, we'll stop here. I'll get more clarification on 3 and 4. And then if you can review the last one, the conflict of interest procedures. This was another case study or another scenario that we discussed. So you're gonna find on page number 3, the procedures for identifying, disclosing, and or avoiding conflicts of interest. Number 1 will be on identifying those. Number 2 will be on disclosing those conflicts. And number 3 will be avoiding conflicts. And then there is information on procedures for defining a conflict of interest violation. So we have those defining violations there. And that will be my last recommendation to your board operating procedures manual. So we were able to discuss up to reviewing that communication. And then we started with the concern for other board member performance. Any other thoughts on how to bring up those concerns from other board members? So if you can give me feedback so I can go back and revise those.
Yeah, we obviously need to discuss that, the last item, have people, have the board kind of do this, and I guess give it a lot of thought. Maybe we ought to condense that somewhat as regarding what Mr. Payan said. So I wholeheartedly, if it's something that's really major, then the last procedures the board should take up. And so when it gets to that point, I think it's when we need to have an investigation by an external matter and then have advice of counsel. So I think with respect to that, then we probably should do that. I think we need to kind of give it some thought.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Coronado.
Okay.
All right, so we have to review these, and this needs to be approved by, I believe, June 30th was our extended deadline. Right, Dr. Galaviz? So this needs to be completed, finalized, and it needs to be approved by the board before June 30th. So it can be submitted to the Texas Education Agency as part of your corrective action plan.
All right, I guess we could take that up first part of June when we can, when we have another special board meeting.
Okay, sounds good. So then I'll go back. I'll bring you more ideas on how to engage in the concerns for other board members. And if you all can review the last part of the conflict of interest, and I may meet with you individually to get your feedback, so I can come back and adjust based on the feedback received, and I can provide that to you during the next time you plan to meet. Would that work for you?
Yes.
If we have suggestions, do we run them through the board president to you?
No, if you have suggestions, I would like to meet directly with you individually with each one of you, so I can get your feedback. So I will be I'll be scheduling some phone interviews. I'll be contacting you to see when we can meet individually so I can get your feedback individually, and then I can put all of that together.
Okay.
Good.
And I apologize to the board if I'm outspoken and brash or whatever, but it's just.
We love you that way, Mr. Payan. We wouldn't
Don't
have
put-
you any other way.
If Mr. Galaviz doesn't want to get between the two board members, I don't want to get between two board members either. So forgive me for that.
I don't think an employee would like to get in the middle of his two bosses. So yeah, no.
We need to bring a priest, I guess.
That was a good one.
Mr. Payan, we're gonna ask you to do this. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. I appreciate that. The training was absolutely good.
Thank you. So just any questions before I go? Any questions about our next steps?
No.
It's to be determined, is that correct? And you will call each of us and somehow provide us with some options or some such?
Yeah, I'm gonna call you to discuss individually how we should address the board performance, individual board performance. And then I'll also get feedback after you have an opportunity to read the conflict of interest procedures. Since we didn't have time to review those, I would just get your feedback on that the same way that I did our first item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Ms. Paloma.
Please care of this agenda item. All right.
I'm lost.
Sonia, next.
Yes.
agenda item.
Item number 4, executive session. And the time is now 6:14. The meeting is to be closed under Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. Discussion and evaluation of the internal auditor.
Okay, guys, let's take 5 minutes. Shall we go into the boardroom, yeah?
I need a break. I need to take my.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll go into the boardroom and do the closed session item.
5
All right.
minutes, Mr. Chair? 5 minutes?
5.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Lori, we're here.
Is that you, Sonia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so happy I didn't have to call you in an emergency mode again.
No, it's good.
Thank you. Are the others back?
Some of them are, yes, ma'am. They're all logging in.
Okay, good.
And I believe we're live. We're recording.
Hello, Sonia, can you hear me? No?
Hi, Blanca, I can hear you.
Can you hear me good? Okay, thank you, Lori. Thank
yes,
you. Sonia.
Very well, thank you. Like you're right across the street.
Okay, there you go. Like across the street. There you go. It's kind of late now.
It is late.
I'm hungry, you know.
I agree with you. I'm hungry too. No one else is back?
I have Tristan. Mr. Hernandez is on.
Hi, Tristan.
Payan is on. Ms. Mendoza is coming on.
Yes, I found it.
Trustee, your mics are on, FYI.
Mr. Payan, are you there?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay.
Hey, is everybody back on?
Yes, sir.
All right, Blanca, I see you. There's Blanca.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mando, are you on? No, he's about to get on. Is Priscilla on?
Here.
Okay. Sonia, are you on? Mando, are you on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you give us a time, Sonia?
Yes, sir. The time is now 8:19.
All right. All right, if you'll bring us back into open session, Sonia.
Yes, sir. The time is now 8:19. Item number 5, new business. 5A, results of the 2020-2021 evaluation of the internal auditor.
All right. The board has concluded its evaluation and discussion of the evaluation of the internal auditor and have given the auditor's results. The evaluation form will be presented to be done with the comments with our council, and then will be submitted back to the auditor, our internal auditor, and then presented back to administration for safekeeping. So at this time, anybody have anything? Priscilla, are we okay?
Board President Coronado, I would only suggest maybe a motion to approve the results of the evaluation of your internal auditor.
Okay. All right.
So made.
All right, we have a motion to approve the evaluation of the internal auditor, and we have a second. Any further discussion? If not, Sonia, please poll the board.
Yes, sir. Mr. Coronado.
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Mr. Payan,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Searles,
Yes.
and Mrs. Trout.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that takes us to the next agenda item.
Yes, sir. Item 6, adjournment, and the time is 8:21.
All right. Thank you, board.
Good night, everyone. Thank
Good
you
night.
very much.
Long meeting, but
Thank you.
Good night.
good night.
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 Take care, everybody. Be safe.